Ooh, we are here, motherfuckers. We are here. Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party number 32. Santos versus Ankalaev. Well, Ankalaev makes Santos cry uncle. Anyway, we up in this biatch. Unchukwi versus Mirzakhanov. To start off the card, I think there's like 13 or 14 fights. So, yeah. We're doing our motherfucking thing tonight. The ladies just left, so I'm flying solo in my house. But I'm hoping that you, the viewer, will be here to hang out. You know, it's really funny. You think about how fighters protect themselves, keeping their hands up. I don't think most people understand how difficult it is to keep your hand in this position for extended periods of time. It's so difficult to keep her hands up. 25 minutes. You guys should try it. And Chukwi really does, for a guy his size, he has pretty good cardio, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Nice level change from Mirzakhanov. And good defense from Chukwi. Nice. I almost thought he was going to, I thought that he was going to get that takedown. And Chukwi is a wide guy, so I imagine it's going to be a little difficult to be able to lock hands against the side of the cage to go for another takedown. Good to see you, Blind Bat. How you doing, buddy? And you know, it's funny, you know, you can find that peace and that love and that happiness on a cloudy day, on a sunny day, any day you want it to be good, it can be good. It's fight night or fight afternoon here on the East Coast. It's a good day. And Chukwi definitely winning round 2 here. And Mirzakhanov looks like his cardio has fallen off a cliff. Yeah. It's not like Nchukwi is like really whooping his ass. I mean, Nchukwi is really fighting well. He is. But he's not like really putting a hurting on him. But I think Mirzakhanov, just like the announcers were just saying, he's used to getting first round knockouts. So you get into the second round, you get into the third round, the dude's spent. I don't know if Nchukwi is going to get a finish here in the third round, but, you know, as long as he is defensively and technically sound. Nice head kick from Nchukwi. Nice, nice, nice. It's really funny to watch both of these guys reacting to the feints of the other guy. Ooh, Mirzakhanov got a really heavy left on Nchukwi. Oh, he killed him. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I cannot believe it. Yo, Mirzakhanov was finished. He lands a heavy left, which kind of stuns Nchukwi, lands another left. He's backing up, and then right as he dips his head down, he pops that right knee up. Bang! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Mirzakhanov, his cardio went off a fucking cliff. Oh, my. And it wasn't even like a real flying knee. And Nchukwi, and like I said, if he stays technically sound, he wins that fight easily. But he caught that big left hand over the top, which stunned him. A feint right, boom, another left, and then he dipped his head down. Mirzakhanov helped him, pulled the head down a little bit more, pulled that knee up. That wow. Wow, I did not see that coming. And you could tell he's spent too. He's spent. He's done. That's every fighter's dream when they get tired, that they have that one little combination that'll put their opponent out. But that only happens once out of every 1,500 fights. Where you that spent and you just come out and you start lashing out. Even though we got this this finish here in the third round, he better tighten that cardio up. That was a big, big knee. It's not even a flying knee. Everybody's calling it a flying knee. It's not. It's not a flying knee at all. It was definitely a driving knee. You know, the interpreter is jacked. The interpreter is jacked. Yeah, I mean, he might be a prospect, but his cardio needs a lot of work because your man's hands was down halfway through the second period. So Moutinho, the last time we saw Moutinho, he was getting beat the fuck up by Sugar Sean O'Malley. I was telling Mrs. Evil when we were looking at this fight card that she's not here for, that this Moutinho guy, he people love Moutinho more than they love O'Malley, and O'Malley's the one that delivered the ass whooping. I like how they're pronouncing Kennedi's first name because any other pronunciation is just racist as shit. I mean, I would laugh really, really hard at it, but I know that, you know, you got to be real careful with the way you pronounce certain names. That's an interesting tattoo. I mean, it's super religious, but it's got a whimsical nature to that tattoo. You can only tell how old Guido Canetti is by the wearing on his face. But you know, he looks like he has the energy of a young guy. But you know, we'll see with 3 minutes left in the second round just how young he feels. I didn't get a chance to watch his first fight against O'Malley. I believe they put an abuser of women on the same card. So I didn't subject myself to that. But you know, again, Moutinho is known as this guy with a lot of heart, can take a licking, keep on ticking, right? Canetti comes out now fucking firing hard strikes, both hands and legs. We've got Jimmy Dean up in here. Yeah, Blind Bat gets a lot of pussy, yo. He gets a lot of pussy. But Blind Bat was here a while ago. Oh, nice left from Canetti, and then a back fist. Are they trying to end this fight here in the first round? You're bantamweight? Yeah, Canetti does do a little bit too much winding up and backing up. When he moves forward, he's winding up for one huge shot. Oh, and he lands it with the left. Oh, Canetti is swinging. Oh, yo, Canetti's giving him the business. Don't wrestle. Knock him out. Oh, shit. Guido Canetti. Oh, my God. Moutinho was pissed off though, but he was looking like one of them Rock'em Sock'em robots with no arms. Woo! Boom! Hit him with a firecracker of a left, then left knees, and yo, look at the accuracy from Canetti. Look at the accuracy. Boom! Hold that, son! Boom! Boom! He doesn't know where the shots are coming from. Wow! I don't know. I don't. Yo. Moutinho is a tough guy. But I think he's getting cut after this. Like, he got that bonus check for taking that ass whooping like a man against Sugar Sean. Getting fucking piston punched. Fucking one punch man knocked the fuck out. Standing on your feet from Guido Canetti. And those are your two fights in UFC. Those might be the only two fights you get in the UFC. If we real about it. God damn. Two brutal KOs to start this card. Wow. Destroyed is right. And the thing is, my criticisms of Canetti helped him win this fight. He's always loading up for that big left hook, that big right hand over the top. He's always loading up, and he's backing up to get enough space to launch this world-destroying shot. And that's what's been losing him fights. But he got a guy that, I don't know, that didn't counter. And man. Crazy finish to start. Wow. And I think Moutinho, the frustration I saw on his face had more to do with the fact that he knows he's not going to get another fight in the UFC. At least not right now. You know, his professional record overall is 9-6. You can get away with that if you're a woman. You can get away with a record like that as a woman in UFC. You cannot get away with that as a man in UFC. You're not going to spend a lot of time in the UFC with a 9-6 record. I mean, Mark Hunt did it, but the UFC doesn't do that anymore. You look how stiff his legs go. Bang dong. Oh my God. He's got no stance. He's got no defensive hand positioning, nothing. Just nervous system starched. I think the producer was calling Paul Felder away because Guido wanted to say something into the microphone, and and Paul Felder kept backing away, like he's calling for the microphone, and Paul Felder still backing away. Did she really put a fucking cover over a box of store-bought cookies? Get the fuck out of here. That shit makes me never want to buy them cookies ever again. What kind of bullshit is that? Bullshit ass commercial. Yeah, people are getting murdered on gas prices, man. I mean, I live in like one of the more expensive cities in the country, so it's I'm just used to there being high prices for everything. But when I'm reading these stories of people like really changing their habits, I mean, gas prices right now are like close to twice what they were early 2021. I know it's definitely $2 more per gallon than I was paying before. This might be a contender for fight of the night. This matchup right here. Or, well, I don't know. It's going to be really, really difficult to get a performance bonus because those first two knockouts, definite contenders for bonuses. But these are only the first two fights of the night. It's also really interesting too. A lot of these asshole employers, because that's they are, they're fucking assholes. You know, they'd want to try to force people to go into work when they could just work at home and get the same work done, either the same quality or maybe even better quality from home. And now you get like these crazy fucking gas prices, and you add that. I don't know. That dude is a fucking granite rock. But again, you know, a lot of times you look at these guys and you're like, wow, that physique is fucking ridiculous. And then you think about it and it's like, well, lots of motor units to recruit, yes, but lots of oxygen needs to feed those motor units. Lots of ATP, lots of creatine needed. He's 5'8", 186 pounds of it's crazy. He's 4 inches shorter than Cody Brundage, but he has a reach 4 inches longer. Telling you. Genetics something else, y'all. Genetics are something else. Well, Lugan Bula is the favorite in this fight. Okay. How is it? I mean, he's got crazy long arms for somebody who's 5'8". Crazy long arms. Yo, Lugiambula's fucking quadriceps look fake. Yeah, his legs look fake. His quad comes out from his hips like a balloon. That's just weird. It looks like a fucking tumor. All right, so Brundage is going for that single leg. It must be really weird for a guy like Brundage, who is a compact guy at 6 feet tall himself, going in there trying to get in low and get in under the glutes of a judo practitioner like Lugiambula, who's even shorter than he is and more compact than he is. Lugiambula is strong. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? It's good to see you again. Lugiambula is so strong. Good sprawl from Lugiambula. Very good sprawl. Again, I mean, he's a second-degree black belt judo. So, you know, there's a lot of wrestling chops, a lot of wrestling skills going on in this fight right here. Yeah, Carmen, you were here like 2-3 weeks ago. We didn't do the show last week. So, you know, it's all right. I mean, people come in as, you know, enjoy it, you know, as you want, you know. Show up when you can. Oh my God, that fucking right hand. Yo, Lugiambula's got Brundage in a lot of trouble. Oh, he's teeing off. Spinning back fist attempt, but he hit Lugiambula in the chest. Yo, Brundage is hurt. He can't even get his hands down when he's bent over along the side of the cage to stop that knee. It looks like we might get another brutal TKO here. Uh-oh. Lugiambula's in trouble. And he tapped. Wow. He left his chin up. Did not fight the hands. He panicked. And then tapped. That is, I don't understand. Yo, it must be a fucking full moon tonight. It must be a full moon. Because Lugiambula was hurting this guy. And he just grabs the guillotine. Yep, he left his neck out there. Lugiambula, you fucked up, man. That was your win. And all of a sudden, big smile on the face of Colby Covington, as if he just knew the end was near. Colby Covington gets his hand raised in Vegas. Quick 30-second break. We'll make it official next. I don't even know what to say. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Carmen was talking about movies. If you're in the United States, I think you said you were actually going to San Diego. There wasn't really anything that was there weren't too many films or television shows that I thought were very compelling to begin with. Hopefully they're changing that. They got a couple of at least one movie out. I watched The Atom Project. I watched that today. Luigi and Bula is so upset with himself. Because, he was getting the shit beat out of him. Super Mario Odyssey, is that a Switch? Is that a Nintendo Switch? I think that's three crazy, unexpected finishes just today. 3 fights, 3 crazy early finishes. Yeah, I'm not hearing very good things about how how Nintendo is approaching their business model. I'm not seeing too many positive things. I was when they came out the OLED version of the Switch. I thought about it. I'm like, I ain't gonna play that shit. It would have made a lot more sense if I was traveling via subway like I used to. When I was a younger adult, I used to go to work on the subway, be on the subway, 30 minutes to an hour. If there's a delay, I'm on there a little bit longer. And I'd have my PSP or my Nintendo DS. But yeah, I never really loved the way that Nintendo really handled, especially with the rise of gameplay commentaries and streaming on YouTube and Twitch. They did everything they can to stop people from giving them free publicity for their product. I used to be a big fan. The first video game that I ever had purchased for me by a parent where it was mine was the original Game Boy. And then, they had the different versions of the Game Boy. And then Game Boy Color came out. That was fun. And then they had Game Boy Advance. And then probably my favorite handheld of all time was the Game Boy Advance SP. You just fucking flipped it. Like, it was this tiny fucking... You open that shit up, it's at like the perfect angle to play games. And when you're done with it, it folds itself like this fucking perfect little square. Man, I really, really loved the Game Boy Advance SP. I think that was probably my favorite handheld of all time. I really did love the PSP. I really loved the PSP, but the Game Boy Advance SP, for its era, can't be beat. Can't. But, you had that Nintendo Wii, and then, now you got the Switch. I never really loved... It sounded like a great idea on paper, but I didn't love the implementation. They had this game Splatoon that I thought was kind of fun. But it just wasn't enough to get me to spend the money on the console when I know that it's probably going to sit here on this desk with all this other shit that I have. I played so many Super Mario games too. I'm not sure just how compelling a Super Mario game would be for me, to start, at the first level. learn how to play whatever iteration it is and then try to advance through the game. Like, do I have that in me? I don't know. But the thing is, like, I don't really use my Xbox Series X the way I'd like to. I suspect that soon I'll probably start streaming more. Wow, Miranda Maverick is short in both height and in reach. I always like how you got a whole shoe collection in the back. Yeah. I've only purchased one pair of shoes. I was going to do an unboxing. Oh, shit, it is snowing again. I was going to do an unboxing. Maybe I might still do it. But I got these like a month ago. I just haven't. I don't know. There is, I don't know. But yeah, I do have a lot of sneakers. And you don't even see half. Like, that's a very small portion of what you see. Like, of what you see, that's a very small portion. Like, those are mostly like my my phone posits. But I've got Air Jordans all over the room. I've got Air Maxes. I've got, all kinds of weird shit. So. Yeah, you never really see how small Miranda Maverick is until you see her in the cage with another woman. It's like, oh, she is small. Obviously, she's much shorter than her opponent in the same weight class, so she's definitely more substantial, both in the legs, the torso, arms. The other woman looks, more like a Twizzler compared to her. So I don't know if there's going to be a power difference, but Mazel definitely has a reach advantage. It's good to see Maverick using good footwork, because she's going to need that footwork to try to get inside on the much longer, rangier opponent. Says it's one thing to have the opponent be 4 inches taller than you. It's also another thing to have the opponent have a 4.5-inch reach advantage as well. And of course, Miranda gets the takedown here. She gets in. Good timing. See what Mazel does here defensively. See if she's got any BJJ. Mazel has the hip mobility to get her heel on Maverick's foot to create some space, but she's closing her guard. Oh, she's throwing it up. She's throwing it up. She's throwing it up. She's trying to get this arm bar. Whatever happened to that Mexican guy that was almost killed? You're gonna have to be a whole lot more. You're gonna have to be a lot more specific, because I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, nice hip toss. And she's right in the side control. Uh-oh, she's in that elbow dropping position. All right. Mazo is not grabbing the cage with her toes. I thought she might have been doing that, but she's fighting clean. So weird north-south action going on right now. All right, Mazo gets to her feet. Good job for Mazo getting to. Mexican guy was alone. I mean, it's possible that we were talking about a fighter that was about to get knocked the entire fuck out. That's possible. But those Mexican fighters, they're so tough. You know, they're never looking for a way out of these fights. Half, figuratively speaking, half dead. They're not going to give up. If we're talking about something in the cage, so there's never there. I think in the history of MMA, I think only one fighter has died, and they weren't in the UFC. They do a good job, safety wise, of making sure that nobody's life is really in danger. So yeah, I don't. But when we're talking about dead, we're talking about dead from a competitive standpoint, not necessarily dead in like deceased. Although there are some times when they get knocked out and it looks like they're dead. Like, oh shit. Kind of hard to score this first round. I would think. I don't know. I do. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but very recently we did have a former UFC heavyweight try to kill somebody recently, and he's being held without bail. He was like chasing some guy in a car, shooting at him, ended up shooting somebody else instead. That wasn't great. All right, both of them are a little bit lumpy after that first round. I will say, though, I worry about the long-term health of some of these fighters that are too tough. Sometimes you see that in the Mexican fighters. They're just a little bit too tough. It does not really look like Mazo is fighting to her own strengths. She's not operating from behind a jab. A jab would force Maverick to reset her approach. And Mazo's just not. She's just not fighting behind the jab. If you're the taller man, taller woman in the fight, and you've got the range, it's your job to maintain that range. And the jab is the range finder and the range maintainer. And Mazo is not moving her hands at all in these exchanges, and the Maverick is just moving in on her. Looks like Maverick has poor hip mobility. And she telegraphs that kick heavily. Maverick should not be getting combos on Mazo like this. And got another takedown. Mazo just doesn't seem. Oh, shit. And here's the end. Here's the end. That's tight. Good night. Tap, tap. Good night. Good night. Bye. Bye, Mazo. Very, very poor performance from Mazo. Very poor performance. McDonald says, yo, it's Carmen from a different account. I want to play a game. Also watch. I am watching. Okay. That was a very poor performance from Mazo. Very, very poor. It doesn't even look like she prepared for this fight at all. That was a very poor. Like, I like the way Miranda did her thing, but I believe that if Mazo fought the way the taller, rangier fighter is supposed to fight, Maverick could never get in on her hips if she's being jabbed to death. And Mazo does not look like the type of woman that has the power to just knock another woman out. All right, so Chimaev versus Burns is official. See, the thing is, like, I'm not upset that Maverick won. I'm upset at the way Mazo lost. If Maverick wins by rear naked choke in the second round, and Mazo did everything that she could do as the taller, rangier fighter, then I'd be like, all right, Maverick is better. But Mazo basically, she just. They're standing face to face at range, which favors Mazo. And she just, I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, you were here not that long ago. My hair is a little bit longer than it was before, just a little bit. Normally, I have my hair cut a lot shorter. Oh. I mean, Maverick should be very proud of her performance, but Mazo. All right, swimming class. Oh, yeah. I need to get a swimming class in, too. I do need to learn how to swim. Because I don't know. But Carmen, we'll see you another time. Thank you for coming by. So we got KO, TKO, submission to start. Wow, we got two guys in the UFC with the same nickname. Wow, I didn't even think of this. You know, there's an article that I just found on Google. Uber drivers quitting ride sharing because of the surging gas prices. The thing is, these Uber drivers, they operate on very, very, very slim margins as it is. You could wipe out all the money that you could make just by getting out there on the road. You could wipe out all the money you made. Damn, fucking gas prices, man. One thing Mrs. Evil is probably happy about is that she doesn't have to listen to Martinez tonight. Oh, shit. Nice knee to the body from Kirk. Holy crap, that was a nice knee. Jackson was really, really ambitious to start the fight. Now he's moving his feet a little bit more after catching that knee. That knee definitely had an effect on him. He's not showing it on his face, but he's on his bicycle now. Uh-oh, looks like the canvas is a little slippery today. Nice dig to the body from Kirk. He calls himself the Jawaiian. I guess it's supposed to be like Hawaiian and what? I wonder if how close can we get to a card with no decisions, no judges involved? So many finishes to start this card. Nice little jab from Kirk. Nice little check left from Jackson. Both of these guys seem to be very measured, very calm. Trading shots. Neither of them are panicking. It looked like a delayed kick to the body and then like a nice uppercut from Jackson. And Kirk is so calm in there. And he's taking some big shots from Jackson. A little straight right from Kirk. Jackson is giving him a lot of problems, but you cannot tell by looking at his face. Nice knee to the body from Kirk. Oh, uh-oh. Jackson's on him. Jackson needs to watch that knee to the body. Wizard. Oh, he gets it. And he's him out. Oh, he's high mount. Oh, turned over. Oh, good job from Kirk to stop him from trying to set up that rear naked choke. He knew that was coming. Uh-oh. Head and arm? It looks like Kirk is going to survive, but wow, Jackson is giving Kirk a lot of problems. Kirk is starting to get dominated, but you cannot tell looking at his face. Crazy. Wow. So, little old me complaining that there was one of the options that I ordered in my vehicle wasn't there. In the last couple of days, the BMW has paused production on my vehicle. Just generally, because of a lack of parts. It also looks like the 5 Series BMW is also, they're halting production on that as well. 2 weeks. Oh, the part shortage, particularly wiring harnesses sourced from Ukraine. The main cause of the production pause is a result of the ongoing conflict. Whether production will resume after 2 weeks is still unclear, as that will depend on whether the supply chain woes will be resolved by then. Probably not. Yeah, I think Kirk is done. Jackson's got him in mount as soon as the second round started. I think that we're witnessing the beginning of the end of Kirk. But I admire, he's a very stoic guy. He's not, looking for a way out. He's not panicking in these positions. He's trying to make the next right move. But Jackson's very, very dominant. Very dominant. But we've seen a couple of fighters be extremely dominant and then lose just tonight. So, he could try to throw up a submission attempt. I don't know. But Jackson is in full control of this fight to this point. Kirk is trying to get his back to the fence, and Jackson's going to try to pull his shoulders back to the ground. There he goes, pulls him right back to the ground. That's got to be demoralizing. You work just to sit up against the side of the cage. Jackson's very, very intelligent. He understands position over submission. This might be our first decision of the night. Possibly. Because it looks like Kirk, he's outmatched. But he's not looking for a way out, and he's fighting intelligently from a defensive standpoint. Yeah, I mean, Jackson is doing everything he can intelligently. Yeah, I was wondering if Jackson was going to try to go for a finish here. It does look like he's finally doing so. He's not in a great position to get this head and arm choke. It looked like he was trying to get something like one of those OSP chokes. Okay, he's trying to get an arm bar. Oh, he let it. He lost the arm bar. This might be a 10-8 round, y'all. Oh, now he's gone. Wait, me. Yeah, this might be the end of the fight right here. And he's gonna tap. Yeah, he taps. Good job from Mr. Jackson. Good job. Yo, got to give a lot of respect to Mr. Kirk. Got to give him a shit ton of respect. He did everything he could to stay in that fight. He did everything that he could. So much respect to both of these men here. Kirk almost pulled off the miracle. Wow. Very nice. I liked that fight. It was very grappling heavy, but two skilled guys going in there. It could go either way at any moment. I really liked that fight. And thankfully, I think, what is that, 5 fights with none of them going to decision. I really like that.
Fight Week 2022 with a one-of-a-kind VIP experience to Las Vegas with exclusive access all week long. Scan that QR code bottom right of your screen right now to enter, or go to USFightWeek.com. Restrictions apply. Another finish. Here's Joe Martinez. Ladies and gentlemen, Triangle Submission comes to the official time. 4 minutes, 42 seconds of round number 2. For your winner, Damon the Leech Jackson. I'm here with David the Leech Jackson. First of all, congratulations, man. A dominant performance from beginning to end. You look great on the feet, but then ultimately when you got to the ground, did you know this is where you were going to finish the fight tonight? I knew that. From the mouthpiece started. Yeah. Once I got the hold of it, I thought there was going to be a little bit more shit there. So whenever I got down, I was throwing like knee. So at first I was kind of want to test it a little bit on the knee. That's not backing up a lot. And then his last fight, it was just what I was saying. Really, was how next week was fight. So he's a solid man. He's got potentially young and all the team are back down to that for sure. Absolutely a tough young prospect. Now, early on you were in the guard and you felt that arm triangle, but you didn't go for it quite then. But did you feel something in that? No. I get that a lot. In fact, it's like I'll go with 2 days a week or so, and with me, I get that a lot. Where I'm in full guard because everybody's so comfortable sitting there. And I knew he had a really big jiu-jitsu background, so I knew he could be comfortable in the guard. So whenever I postured up,
That was very, very nice. Very nice performance from Damon Jackson. He's got 15 submission victories in his career. With that receding hairline, Damon Jackson looks more like he's 38 than he's 28. Then he looks 28. But he might be around his prime or the end of his prime. He wants to see if he can get into these rankings. We're starting to see more fighters fighting under, or I would say fighting flagless. There's no country that they're representing. Pretty interesting. It'll be really interesting to see what Alex Pereira does tonight. If he performs in dominant fashion, people are going to start. You're going to hear a louder murmur of trying to get Pereira more top 10, top 6 opponents to try to fast track him to a match with Izzy.
Thiago Santos. Second one, against Untitled Chapter. That's it. The sledgehammer upsets. Here in town. These two games were more important. When I knock guys out, it's a great feeling, you know. The initial is accomplished.
What could Thiago Santos have been? What could Thiago Santos have been if he didn't rip up both of his knees? I know we can't really talk like that, but it's really hard not to think about what his career could have been.
Challenge that debut in UFC bantamweight Javid Basharat embraces. The rich get richer at 135 pounds tonight as the most stacked division in the UFC gets another jolt of talent in the form of Dana White's Contender Series graduate Javid Basharat, an unbeaten 26-year-old ready to take on the best of the best in the octagon, starting with Trevin Jones. Very excited to participate because this is what I dreamt of as a kid.
His nickname was the Snow Leopard. I wonder why he chose that.
I'm a dangerous fighter because I train really hard. I'm a dangerous fighter because I'm more focused than any of these fighters. I'm a dangerous fighter because I had the hardest path to get here, and now I'm here. Despite proving himself on the regional circuit with 10 wins and 10 finishes, the pressure was on for Javid Basharat when he faced Ankalaev in Las Vegas last October. But in the third round, the Snow Leopard ended matters, paving the way for his highly anticipated UFC debut tonight. You think I'm just a high machine of the Contender Series? Well, I'm here to show that I'm the real deal and my debut in that. A jiu-jitsu black belt who is more than comfortable with using his hands on fight night, Trevin Jones burst onto the UFC scene in 2020 and impressive performances against Timur Valiev and Mario Batista registered the 31-year-old from Guam as one of the most dangerous competitors in a stacked division. You guys haven't seen the best Trevin Jones yet. You guys see the big Trevin Jones against Mario, but I'm looking to cap on that performance and have a better performance tonight.
And Trevin Jones, like he really wants to do the media stuff well. He's a little stiff. All right, so Javid Basharat is from Afghanistan. Why he's going flagless? Don't understand. He's walking to the cage with his black belt on. It's not a bad nickname. That's not a bad nickname. 5-star Jones.
which he swears he's most dangerous. He was an underdog against Timur Valiev, huge comeback victory, and his sophomore appearance against Mario Batista was the underdog again. He was a big favorite last time out. That one did go his way, but that proved people wrong again. Yeah, one of the things that Trevor Brooks has always is no matter how the fight's going, we saw it against Bautista with a beautiful uppercut knockout. This guy can be getting touchdown, Batista, doesn't matter. You let him land one strike, and it's the equalizer. And that's such a dangerous weapon to have in the sport of MMA when we are wearing small gloves. You go out there and you've got that gift of power, you always have a chance to win this fight. He's also black belt jiu-jitsu. I just haven't really seen that. When we talked to Basharat, he said, listen, I know he's a black belt jiu-jitsu. I know he's got the credentials, but I just haven't seen that in his game. So for Trevor, he's got to be expecting takedowns in this fight, I'd imagine. And Trevor will say, yeah, I haven't shown you my game either. Certainly he's proud of those first two victories in the UFC. One of them was overturned to a no contest. But when I talked to him the other day, he said, he's just so excited. I need to show exactly who I am. I haven't done that. I have the nice comeback win. I've had the knockout win. I haven't really shown the full array of skill. Obviously, you go in there. You want to show your full skill. You'll take the knockout early. Yeah, that's even great fight to do that. It's a great night out of the office. All right. Couple of bantamweights, exciting ones as well. Get set for the octagon. Here's your tail of the tape between Javid Basharat and Trevin Jones. Jones 5 years older than Basharat. Basharat is 2 inches taller. Small edge of 1 inch in reach for 5-star Jones. Here's Joe Martinez. Well, back up here, just go the next fight tonight. 3 rounds this in the UFC Bantamweight division. Introducing you first, back out of the blue corner. He's a mixed martial artist standing 5 feet 9 inches tall. Weighing officially 136 pounds and 11 fights with professional. He is perfect. 11 victories and no debate.
All right, so Javid Basharat, born in Afghanistan, fighting out of England, fights under no flag. Pretty interesting. We're seeing a lot of flagless fighters lately.
Started at bantamweight. Jones will be plus 130 as the underdog. Javid Basharat, defeated 11-0. Finished all victories. 26 years old, born in Afghanistan.
Starts with the outside leg kick. Does Jones. Oh, he's trying to counter. Jones wants to counter Basharat coming in. But Basharat is pressuring him. Jones is already backed up to the side of the cage. That is not what you want to do with a guy that's got punches and kicks like Basharat does. That is not where you want to be. But he's trying to catch Basharat coming in. Looks like Jones made some solid contact by the shaking of Basharat. Nice wheel kick. Oh, nice combo from Jones. Explosive. But Basharat is undeterred. Trevin Jones, he really can explode. There's also a Trevin Giles in the UFC as well, so I'm hoping not to make that mistake tonight. Oh, nice left from Jones. Stiff left. But what is Basharat doing? As the taller, slightly more rangier fighter, he's leading with that jab, as he should. Jones is reacting to every feint from Basharat. Basharat is fighting the way you should if you've got a bit of a height and or reach advantage. We saw Mazo earlier with a definite, like an extreme height and reach advantage against Miranda Maverick, and she failed to fight as the taller fighter, and now Giles is not Giles. See, I knew I was going to make that mistake eventually. Trevin Jones, he's about to get knocked out here. I don't know if he's going to make it out of the first round. I don't think he will, because Basharat is an accurate, powerful puncher, and now Jones is not moving his feet, so now he's stuck against the side of the cage like he was earlier in the fight. Nice body shot and then to the top. Wow, very nice from Basharat. Yep, and now Jones's strikes are now labored. They're slow. They're loopy. That is not good. But if you're a fan of Basharat, you should be very happy, because you can tell that his skills are all there. They're all on tap, and he's patient. He's not like rushing into Jones and allowing Jones to grapple, to recover. He's very, very patient. He's fighting the way a fighter fights when he knows that he has control over what's going on here. But Trevin Jones is in a lot of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. It is not looking good for him. All right, gearing up for round 2. Jones's hands are a bit quicker, but I don't expect him to be able to hold up this piece for another 45 seconds to minute and a half. I think this is Jones acting as if this is his one chance to win this fight. Jones seems like he's limited to 1-2s right now. He's trying to mask the angle and the timing of his shots coming in, but it looks like Basharat really sees everything. And now Jones is reacting to every feint. Looks like Jones is slowing down a little bit. And now he's backing up toward the fence like his coach is asking him not to do. Nice left from Jones, though. And a T kick from Basharat. Outside calf kick. Inside calf kick. Nice, very, very nice timing on the level change, but the positioning from Basharat kept Jones from getting the takedown there. Nice elbow on the break from Basharat. Very nice. Jones is just a little bit late. Jones really tried to counter that calf kick from Basharat, and he was just a little too late. I think it's just a bit. If he had a little bit more in the gas tank, maybe he's on time with that shot. That was a lazy spinning back kick from Basharat. That was very lazy. He still looks confident, but he was really slow and loopy. He tried to bring that leg up for a high kick. That was defended pretty well from Jones. Oh, jumping knee from Basharat. That was very nice. Jones is really trying to throw them hands. It's going to happen in his last 5 seconds in this round. He missed. That was definitely a closer round. Definitely a closer round. I could see Basharat getting it. But Jones came out on fire in the beginning, but, about halfway through,
perspective by checking out UFC on the line. It's exclusively on Fight Pass. Javid give all the best bets and analysis for all the big UFC events. Check it out exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. So coming before April 9th review. More aggressive in the second round.
Nice inside leg kick from Jones. Basharat is now faking. Is now faking shots. And then coming, so he'll fake like he's gonna come in hard with the left and slam him with the right instead. And look at here. Look at what we have here. We have
What up? What up?
Lucherino. What's goody? How you doing today?
Not bad, not bad. How you been?
Even though we can't hear you at all.
Hello?
Nope. Not hearing you at all.
Can you hear me? No?
Yep. Just not hearing you at all. Nice dig to the body from Basharat. High kick. Very nice.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're still mute.
That's on your end. It's giving me...
Guys, check, see what's going on with your microphone.
Yeah.
Your camera's good. I see your mic moving. I don't hear shit. Let me see something. Let me see something if there's something in my screens here. Maybe I could change it here. All right, let's see something. Let's see something. All right, here we go.
Can you hear me now? No?
Yeah. What's up? No, I can hear me. I can hear me like through your.
That's fucking weird. Why is... Oh, I just turned...
Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, we good. Welcome.
Alrighty. All right.
I did not read your book or listen to your podcast.
Yes.
How you doing, buddy?
Chilling. I was watching 272
live. So we'll probably talk about that between rounds or between fights. Right now, Trevin Jones is firing back. He's fighting for his life. I mean, he's loading up too much, and obviously he's telegraphing a lot of these power shots. But you got to admire 5 stars heart right here, and then a slamming calf kick from Basharat.
They're both fucking putting it on.
But Basharat is more in control of the pace of the fight.
Oh,
he's got Jones on his back foot.
Yeah, Jones is like just keeping up. He's I mean, he's not getting demolished, but he's definitely
no. But the thing is, he's always on his back foot, and he's reacting to a lot of feints.
And loading up.
Yeah, he's always loading up. And he's reacting to too many feints. And Basharat fights like a guy. This is going to be our first decision of the night. Because there will not be a stoppage here.
And out he goes. No. Oh shit!
Nice inside calf kick there. Oh, that was almost a low blow there. Basharat is so pissed off. He's like, I wanted to finish him. But Jones just I just think if Jones was just a little bit more technical, just a little bit. Just a little bit. He loads up so much.
I don't even know if it's a lack of accuracy. I think it's just an overcommitment.
Yeah.
Overcommitting.
Yeah, he's overcommitting to the power shot. Like, Jones has the power to end the fight at any time, but he needs to pull that fist behind his shoulder. He's telegraphing that shot almost every time.
And then on top of that, because he's throwing it so hard, he's falling through it.
Yeah.
He's not landing in a position where,
where he's going to be in a good defensive position, which is causing him to continue to move back. And then he ends up throwing less because he's trying to load up. But when he throws the combos, he looks like a world-class fighter.
Fuck, I forgot to take this motherfucker outside. All right.
Yeah, they're going to give it to Basharat.
Yeah, they better. I forgot to take out the dog, so let me do that. But...
Yeah, Basharat controlled the pace of the fight. He looked like the guy who was under control. He looked like the guy that was more confident. But I think Basharat has a lot of confidence. But I think that in his first UFC fight, his opponent now goes to 13-8.
Dual interviews. All right, I forgot to take the dog out, so I'll be right back. But while I'm gone, if you want to think, I wanted to ask your thoughts about open scoring.
We'll talk about that today. That's a great thing to talk about because it's really funny that you just mentioned that. Trevin Jones is like, I had a great performance. You lost 30-27 on 2 cards. I'm not saying that he fought bad, but I don't want to see a fighter of his caliber taking away moral victories. Let's talk about open scoring when you get back.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Shout out to Javid and Javid. I've been there for 6 months just training. I haven't left the country. I'm coming back home to London. Let's go. Woo! Nice here for your winner. Real quick, I want to get cracking straight up the Ramadan coming up. So, I don't know about any other bantamweights, but there was some bantamweights on this card. Horizon, you're a bit too far up. The ranking, I'm going to be over this thing. Let's get, who's it? Canetti won. Canetti was here. Let's get Canetti up next. There we go. Let's hear it for your winner, Javid.
Yeah, I liked it. Well, I don't really love that matchup. Him and Canetti, I think is pretty much Jones all over again. It's just from Argentina. I think Canetti, he relies too much on the big power shot. So he's always loading up. And somebody who controls range, distance, timing, like Basharat, you're going to get more of the same. Except that Canetti is more of a candidate to get knocked out, in my opinion. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure about that. Now, I mean, from Basharat, he's like, listen, this is just my UFC debut. I know I can't be, asking for ranked fighters or whatever, but let's get this going. Let's get that going. Yeah, I definitely feel that. I think it's just more of the same. I want to see him fight a more technical, a more skilled fighter, somebody more like Sean O'Malley. That's a matchup I want to see. O'Malley and Basharat. Although I think O'Malley would kick his ass, but you got guys with similar skill sets, and I would love to see that.
Instead, it is this jiu-jitsu ace who's among the leaders in the flyweight division for most finishes and most wins because since the Ultimate Fighter and the establishment back in 2017 of this division, she has stayed busy and by and large getting her hand raised each time in there. Yeah, she's just a fantastic grappler, aggressive when he hits the ground, uses her ground and pound to set up, taking it back, and that's where she really does some of her finest work. And I think it's no secret. That's what we're going to see from Julia Roberts. She's one of those fighters. She's not a specialist. She's well-rounded, but it's definitely her wheelhouse. Where she wants to get this fight, she wants to subdue. 7 number 8 finishes by submission. She likes throat cuddles. She takes on JJ Aldridge, who is more of the stand-up specialist out of Team Elevation in Colorado. D'Angelo with us octagon side. JJ Aldridge ready for the oncoming attack with Julie Roberts.
Yeah, most definitely. She's on a little bit of a win streak. She said this is the second opponent change, but she's kind of getting used to that. She just wants to string together 3 wins in this year. In fact, this streak started March 13th, 1 year ago, so just a year and a day. And she said she has big goals for the year ahead, wants 3 more. In terms of her training for this one, she's out at Elevation. You mentioned her earlier when we were talking about Marina Maverick. They work together a lot. She also got a lot of work with Raquel Pennington and said being able to be in there with a bigger body like Raquel has made her so much tougher. She said Fridays are hell at Elevation because of Raquel. But she's seen her come a long way. Both of them have really grown up.
Oh, we got Aldridge. Her head is so round. I mean, it's the Thunderdome, that forehead. I can't get past the forehead. And the rest of her face is like really nice. The top of her head is so wide and round. It's kind of confusing. Also, it could be one of those things where, it's kind of like playing a trick on you. When you're forced to pull your hair all the way back, not every woman looks that great with their hair pulled back. Some women, they look better with their hair just kind of left to fall. But when you're fighting, you have to like tie those really tight braids. It just makes it look like her skin is just peeled back around a really round head. It's so weird. Well, we got Jillian Robinson back in the cage. That's okay. I think that JJ is probably going to beat her. I know that Jillian Robertson, I think, she's favored. But I got JJ winning this fight, though. Close odds, though. Close odds. And we return.
You said you got JJ?
Yeah, I think I got JJ on this one, even though Robertson is favored in this fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
I mean, it's hard to pick against somebody whose forehead looks like the Georgia Dome.
That's better. Here, Mort, you want this? You want to lick up that weed, boy? Look at this fucking fiend over here. Perfect. Yeah, Jillian Robertson was the one that Cachoeira was trying to fucking poke her eye out with the
Oh yeah, when she had that rear naked in there. Yep. So disgraceful.
Yep. All right, you done? Back to me. Yeah, I didn't feel like I had a bunch of stuff done. Like I don't know if I ever showed you that window that was like on the other wall, but the bedroom is a loft, so there's no floor there. So I've been waiting for fucking somebody with a 20-foot ladder to just come and put curtains over it, especially when I'm like recording stuff during the day. I need it to be dark down there, so my lighting's right. And they moved a bunch of shit, and I just haven't gotten back to setting everything up. So I was like, we chilling from bed.
Yeah, I mean, we've done shows from the bedroom, especially when we first moved here. Sometimes we just didn't want to like be sitting at a desk. We wanted to kind of sit back because we have like one of those super expensive incline, recline, bed things.
Oh yeah.
And so you can,
hell yeah.
It's super cool. And
yeah, I mean,
so sometimes we've run it off my MacBook or off my iPad. We've run the show off that before.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not specifically recording something, ooh, that could have been bad. I thought.
Nice defense from Aldridge there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if I'm not specifically recording something, I'm always right here. Like that whole room is just for work. I'm just comfortable in my bed. Like I'd rather be chilling in my bed than be sitting. The other thing too is that because of the loft, all the heat rises up here and it gets fucking cold as hell downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I just have this weird thing with where my feet are always cold. So
that's not just you.
Well,
it's not just you.
I mean, like I have these winter sock thingies. This is all fleece. I'll have this and another fleece heavy duty sock on each foot. And by an hour in, like literally it freezing, like cold to like an ice cube.
My dad bought me heated socks.
I have those.
Damn, she put that finger in the eye.
I missed it. Oh, my food.
Wow, she really planted that finger in the eye.
Where she got poked, now she poking bitches. Oh, fuck me.
5 minutes. Fight. And in Burton, on we go with the action.
Where did that shit go? God damn it.
Knockout artist Thiago Santos. Russian finisher Ankalaev, a loaded main card is next.
What was Thiago Santos' last fight?
He beat I guess one of the guys that lost to Prochaska. Tall guy.
Volkov?
Huh?
Volkov?
No, Volkov is heavyweight. This is a light heavyweight.
All right.
Let me look because
why the fuck are we sitting here trying to guess while we're already on the internet?
Yeah, I fucked up. He beat Johnny Walker.
Ah, interesting.
Before that, he beat. I was thinking about Alexander Rakic. I predicted Rakic would. Well, wait, he lost to Rakic via decision. I predicted that Rakic was going to win that fight, but he beat Johnny Walker on 5 rounds, and that was his last fight in October.
Alcohol. Did I really go down there for my food and forget to bring
Aldridge is not as active offensively as I thought that she would be. I thought that she would be trying to initiate the grappling, the wrestling.
Well, they're both grapplers. I think.
I thought she would initiate more.
Well, I think Aldridge is doing a good job of sticking moving. Whenever she goes inside, she is. Not there, but she is landing.
When she does it, there's just not a lot of activity.
There you go. Oh, beautiful timing.
Oh, nice timing right at the end. That is a great.
I just went down.
That's a great
great way to finish the round.
yeah, that was perfect. And the thing is, I had her losing the round. So now I think that complicates things.
I think she was landing more. I think Jillian was pressing, but JJ was landing. I don't know.
I mean, she lands when she throws. She just wasn't throwing that often. You know what I'm saying? So that was my issue. But before you stepped away, you mentioned open scoring.
Right.
What made you? What made that come to your mind?
I mean, it was. They were talking about it on the MMA Hour again, and like Ariel was asking everybody, and my whole thing was that I was, like, I'm not against the notion. I think it makes sense, but to have open scoring would be to absolutely get rid of that whole in the championship fights, Bruce Buffer announcing, and you're waiting for Ann New or Ann Steele. Like, I feel like that's such a integral part of the fight. But I don't know that is a strong enough reason. You know what I mean? That's like, yes, that is a good thing, but is that a strong enough reason to not keep a like competitive architecture like any other sport where you know what the fuck is going on? Like, because I mean, I think that's why. It was because Ariel was asking everybody, but he was talking.
Now JJ's throwing that jab, and she's leading it. She's leading with it because I think Jillian has a reach advantage, if I'm not mistaken, and Aldridge is stepping in with that left hand. Something I thought she should have done earlier.
That was the story of the whole first round. But yeah, Ariel was talking to Whitaker and asked him about open scoring, and he was like, because you thought you were winning
the fight, right?
You knew that you were down on the scorecards. Would you have
done something different, right?
Differently? And he's like, well, of course. And even like Izzy's my number one guy, but I do think that Whitaker won that fight.
Yeah, Izzy looked like the better fighter. Whitaker won the fight by the unified rules of mixed martial arts. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
So what exactly is the question that you like to ask on the subject?
I mean, what do you want to see open scoring? Are you against open scoring? What are your thoughts?
Okay. I originally was in full support of open scoring until I just heard you say, like, at the end of the fight, that
ooh, nice reversal.
Nice reversal. Let's go. Good job, JJ.
I think a good compromise.
Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought. I'm trying to answer your question. When I heard you say, "Hey, it takes away a little bit of that drama how do I want to say it? That pregnant pause, after the names are announced and the numbers are announced, because the thing is, you get a lot of different reactions. Like when you hear the first card, you get a reaction. When you hear the second card, there's another reaction, or it's a confirmation of the first reaction. And then you get the third card, and you're like, either it's across the board, or it's some other thing. There's so many things that go through your mind as the scores are being read out. It feels like it's a part of the sport.
Yeah.
And so while I think it's fair to the fighters to know what's actually going on. That is a factor I didn't even think of. Like, would my enjoyment of the sport be negatively impacted by open scoring? But I think I'm gonna share your view and say that's just not a good enough reason. As much as we love that pregnant pause, that's not a good enough reason for there not to be fairness and transparency in the scoring.
Yeah, completely agree. And I mean, I think a way to kind of
Nice counter from Aldridge.
Would be the eye punch. A good middle ground would be giving the corners the score. And so even if the fighter doesn't want the score, or the corner doesn't want the fighter to know, or whatever, that could be among them. And then, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, woo! Aldridge was slamming them knuckles right on the side of Robertson's head.
One where there's no leather.
I'm having a really difficult time scoring this fight.
I got it 2-0
for Aldridge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm having a difficult time scoring it. They both look a little awkward in there, in my opinion.
Not always a bad thing. Very often a good thing. Fucking talk about awkward. Tim Elliott with the upset last week on was it Usman's brother or Khabib? It was. Who did he fight?
I thought the guy at bantamweight won his fight. They're saying he's going to be a champion and all that. Is it like Usman Nurmagomedov at bantamweight or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't remember his first name.
Wait, what?
Well, I thought he won his fight.
I'm very confused. Did they not fight each? Come on.
Nice left counter.
I guess Tim
Elliott fought last week, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I was under the impression that he fought Nurmagomedov, and I knew that Tim Elliott won. I guess because they were right after one another, and when you're there, it's not like a commercial break and then an announcement and then the horn. It just kind of goes. I mean, I guess I conflated the two.
Tim Elliott is a bantamweight.
He was I think he was fighting at bantamweight for a while, but he did. Where the fuck are you? He did Ultimate Fighter at flyweight. That's how he got the Mighty Mouse fight, and then I think he went up for a little bit, but now he's back at flyweight.
Yo, Jillian Robertson's face is looking more and more like her hair in uniform. But it looks like Robertson has punched the eyebrows off Aldridge, but I don't know if the judges are gonna give her any credit for that. Not sure.
All right, more. Oh yeah, I went downstairs to get my food before this fucking fight started, and I fucking turned off the light and forgot to get my food. Dumbass.
Now, Aldridge obviously is a shorter girl, so you would think that she's a little bit more physically substantial at their weight class because she's shorter, which is true. But is it a little bit weird to see Robertson get physically manhandled?
Not from JJ. I mean, like, if like you, the answer to your question is yes, but it's JJ
For
Aldridge.
this matchup, right? Yeah,
Like, I mean, she's
she's a bulldog.
yeah,
I'd like to see her fight Meatball Molly.
that would be a good fight. That would be.
Heavyweight showdown is the headliner. He puts over 6'7" UFC. 6'7" striker. All on ESPN Plus. Early main card starts get Eastern across the
They said next week the fight card starts at 4.
Yes. No, I think it starts at 1. The main card starts at 4. So that might give me some time to do some fucking social shit. How close do you live to the tunnel or the bridge?
Like the Lincoln Tunnel or the
Yeah, one of these.
like hour and a half drive.
Okay, so you're a little deep into Jersey.
Yeah, I'm like dead center Jersey. Like if you take a
Okay.
picture
All
of
right.
it, like
Because
dead.
one of these days, I may have to come out.
Yeah,
I may have to come out and honk the horn. You know what I'm saying? You come out. But you got to leave the other substances in the house. You can't bring it into the car
oh yeah, of course.
because you got to protect me legally.
Oh, of course. I don't even smoke in my own car. I don't smoke in my car. I don't bring paraphernalia in my car. There's no fucking reason for that.
Because I don't, even when that shit becomes legal, I still don't trust the cops.
That's good news. But yeah, I get like all the vendors. I pay the delivery fee, so I don't have to worry about driving with it. Because even though they did legalize it here this year, like my anxiety, I'm not like it's gonna take years before I'm able to.
Oh, you're gonna have a little bit of paranoia. Yeah.
That being said, I thought it was like, well, I mean, it is completely legal in Nevada, and I figured like Vegas, it's just like, it's whatever. And we're walking down the T-Mobile Arena, and I had bought some joints at the local thing by the MGM, and I sparked up a joint, and like there's a line of cops there, just like yellow penny cops, just like guiding traffic shit, like foot traffic, and
So you got 30-27 here? Because Aldridge definitely won the third round.
Who won the third round? Yeah.
Aldridge definitely won the third round.
I wasn't paying as close attention to this round, but yeah, I got a 30-27.
Okay.
The cop was like, I know that it's legal here, but you can't just smoke in public. Can you like put that out or go somewhere? I was like, oh shit, man. I thought like you could. And I just put it about. I was like, yo, honestly, thank you. I really didn't know. And he's like, just get out of here.
And then you walked away, started walking on water, and
Oh yeah, I love those fucking moments. Knowing all too well how differently that could have been. Arrested for drugs.
you missed the Jesus joke, but that's okay.
What?
I said you missed the Jesus joke, but that's okay.
Oh, I did miss the Jesus joke.
I said, you put it out, you walked away, and then started walking on water, and
Good one. Funny guy. Yeah, it was a cool trip though. I mean, I flew out Friday night, and then let's see what this was.
Yep, you were right.
Not surprised, motherfuckers.
I want to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Oh, no, Jillian won again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I flew out. I landed there about I got to the hotel and everything at the MGM about 11.
How'd you feel about having to wear a mask in the airport on the plane?
Oh my god, it was so fucking annoying. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, obviously, but it's just like the air is already recycled and like I'm already like not comfortable and like can I just and so I would try to have it like the metal part like resting on my nose and then I pinch it so I get extra airflow.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I have 2 6-hour flights. It's not the end of the world. And then in the airport, as long as you had it over your mouth, they didn't really make a big deal about it. But
I was very resistant to mask wearing. But then like I looked at the science and I looked at like the 3D models of like what happens when you expirate. And I was like, okay, it makes a lot of sense to wear the mask.
it does.
So then I just committed to wearing the mask. So because I had mentally committed to wearing the mask, it no longer annoyed me. But I will tell you this. It made it way harder to lift weights. Much more than I thought. But the thing is, I was double masking anyway. Single mask is okay.
Crazy.
Double masking, man, and try. It's difficult. Much more difficult than I thought it would be. It's doable. But like on the plane, I didn't have a problem to keep my mask on. I didn't care. Wearing a mask no longer bothers me. But then when you're not wearing a mask, because most of this week I have not worn a mask. You forget just like how convenient life is when you don't have to take extra steps to drink Gatorade or eat part of your protein bar.
And here's the most annoying part to me isn't the breathing thing. It's the fucking back of my ears. It fucking, because I had, I don't like the cloth ones that get like wet from
on your face. Yeah.
I had a client who just happened to make masks. And she's like, oh, I have an extra one. Would you like this one? And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. And so it's a little bit thicker than the disposable one. So it is a little bit. And so, but that doesn't bother me too much. But I don't know. I don't know if it's smaller or if it's just all masks. But like the back of my ears, by the end of the flight, it was like pain. I was folding my hair to put back here so that I could put that over my. I'm like.
Yeah, it sounds like a fucking pain.
And that's all it is. It's not, It
doesn't stop your life, but it just adds that.
No, I don't want to do that. And then the other thing is that I was never really. It was maybe 2 weeks in the beginning, like March 2020, when I was wearing a mask, and I was working in retail. But that was only like 2 weeks, and then my position got furloughed, and then I never went back to that job. And then for my own or my current job, where I'm going to people's houses, I'd say 90% of the people all the way through never really cared about masks. So
hold on a second. I just want to, because I thought I was losing my mind. Is it fair to AJ Fletcher that his UFC debut is against Matthew Semmelsberger? I think that's a little unfair.
I remember
he should be your third opponent in the UFC, not your first.
Well, what does that say about other dude?
Yeah, I mean he is undefeated, but I think that you should have a fight or two against some other welterweight, because this is a very, very violent man. I think you're being thrown right into the frying pan.
Well, that's the name of the game. That's what they say the UFC is for. It's not like you don't come here, for to improve. You come here for the big show. Like you come here ready to show up.
Still, If you're a rookie in the NBA, you don't want your first game to be against LeBron James.
But that's what I'm saying. The UFC is not like that. You don't get into the NBA expecting to be a starter for the most part. You're going to be, riding the bench, and then you practice with the team, and there's a process. That was never.
Well, he's got a 3-inch height and an 8-inch reach. This is unfair. I'm telling you, this is not a great matchup.
This might be.
He's gonna wrestle fuck him. He's getting wrestle fucked.
Well, this might be debut of the year.
Could be. We're about to find out what he's made of if he wins, but you're not gonna learn a whole lot about him if he loses.
I feel like I know this guy. Like I know I'm thinking Tate Fletcher. But has this guy been in the UFC zeitgeist before?
Nope. But we do know that he knows how white he is. His nickname is the Ghost. And he is pale as fuck. This can't be Jimmy Dean. But we get another guy with the with the sausage nickname.
No way, that's somebody else.
Nah, because Jimmy Dean was here earlier.
Yeah.
This is a different kind of troll right here. I mean, it's the same type of troll as Jimmy Dean. But two different sausage trolls in one stream?
There's no way that's a different person.
I think it might be. Because remember, Jimmy Dean is a mod. He's a mod here.
Sausages, if you can answer a question from Dr. Evil Genius that only Jimmy Dean would know, I will Venmo you $100 right now. Dr. Evil, your question that only Jimmy
I'm not going to front, though. I would rather you Venmo me $100. I told you he's going to wrestle fuck him. I told you. That's his path to victory right there.
This round is not wrestle fuck. We're fucking 30 seconds into the fight. Chill.
He's got an 8-inch reach disadvantage. This is his path to victory.
But that doesn't like.
He said okay. All
right, so give him a question. Only Jimmy Dean. Just something about an inside joke with the channel, or
what would that be? Oh, he's in full mount.
What was that about? Wrestle fucking? This not. No.
Yes. He is
Roman.
The dude was on top of him with less than 30 seconds into the fight.
Assumes you're just sitting there. He's already mounted.
No. I don't mean it that way.
Fucking guillotine.
Oh shit! He pulled it. No, what I mean by wrestle fuck, I don't mean by sniffing his fucking drawers. I mean he's going for the takedown 3 seconds into the fight.
I thought it was a pejorative.
No. But
I've heard you.
Even if it was, can you blame him? He's got an 8-inch reach disadvantage.
No, I don't automatically hate on grappling.
No, and he's hunting for the finish too.
You're more of the guy who is ready to call somebody a jock strap sniffer.
No. I'm like a crotch sniffer is different. Sausages, are you watching the fight tonight? Are you watching the fights tonight?
There we go. He's ready to make $100, bro. He needs you to come up with a question.
The Mike Hawk thing, it doesn't really work. Like if you'd have said something about caulking would have worked better there. He said, nope, just watching me.
Well, I mean, it depends on the accent.
Oh. What part of the country do you live in?
No, what part of the country does Jimmy Dean live in?
No, I'm at, well, if he's Jimmy Dean, then it would be the same place.
Yeah, all right, but the
that's what I'm asking him. Sausage, nah, I'm not taking him anywhere. Yeah, it's not the same guy.
But see, that's Jimmy Dean knows where Jimmy Dean is from. So if this is Jimmy Dean and he's from Vancouver, or if he's from
he's holding on to this Mike Hawk joke for too long. Jimmy Dean would move on.
I'm telling you.
We got two different. We got two.
Jimmy Dean can give you a wrong answer. If I'm
Nah, it's not his style though.
Listen. If I come on here pretending to not be me, and you say, okay, what color hair does Lutch have? I know what color hair I have.
Oh, another thing too is that remember Jimmy Dean.
Sausages. Something about Jimmy Dean.
Jimmy Dean is a mod here.
Yeah.
If it was the same account, then he would have a wrench. He doesn't.
Be a different. All right. I mean, I'm trying sausages.
Yeah.
I'm trying. You got to answer a question.
But I just think it's very interesting. He said, "I'm not Jimmy Dean."
That's what Jimmy Dean would say.
That is something that Jimmy Dean would say. And he's pulling it again.
That's tight.
He's pulling it again.
Oh, he's out.
With one arm?
No, I really feel like having longer hair helps in those positions. It's got to be easy.
I think it's really interesting to have two different sausage-related trolls on the channel. We welcome you here, though. But we're not transporting Mike Hawk anywhere.
I still think it's Jimmy Dean.
That does sound like a WWE name. Mike Hawk.
I think if you got like a Brooklyn accent, it works better. Can you bend over and take my cock?
But it still sounds like caulk.
I know, but
I mean, if you slur it enough, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really quite work.
Sounds like cock.
Head and arm?
Ooh.
Big elbow on the forehead. This might be a 10-8.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say this could be a 10-8. And then, like, again, under my scoring system, this would be a 10-6.
It'll be a 10-3.
Because it wasn't a 10-6 or a 10-7. Because it wasn't close to being stopped in terms of,
Yeah, but Semi, didn't do anything except not die.
That would be a 6.
That's why you give him 3 points.
So
you get 3 points credit for not dying today.
Well, I mean, even better. If we're literally gonna give like a round like that, or a legit 10-7 as they would score it, if we would count that as a 10-0, I would be even happier with that, because you just have more nuance. The winner gets 10, the loser gets.
Or if the winner does not perform all that good, don't give him a 10. Give him a 7 and give the loser a 4.
No, because it's 10-point must. So then you would just give more points. It's the disparity that matters. So that's why.
Okay.
So you would give more.
But I think that disparity was like a 10-4 or a 10-5. You don't think that that this young guy AJ was twice as good as Semmelsberger in that first round?
Well, again, I mean, it depends on, I'm using the system where, the lowest you're going to give is a 10-5 for a fight that should have been.
Why not give a 10-1? Why not come all the way down to 1?
Just because it's a further diversion from where we already are. I mean, like, I'm down to go there in the future. No,
because we're talking about your preferred fight. So I want to know, like, if you had the chance to create the system.
Right. So yeah, then in that case, then I do like the 10-point must, and then I think if you score the loser,
That's a big left from Semmelsberger.
So in order to get a 10-0, then it would have to be complete domination, and the fight should have been stopped, but it wasn't.
It would be like Chimaev.
You would never
what he's done to guys.
7. A round would never be 9-7. It's a 10-point must. So the winner gets 10 points.
Right.
Yeah. So
yeah, I got you.
So then
I got you.
If we're saying all the way down to 10-0 to 10-9,
wait.
We'd give that.
Why is Semmelsberger's hair allowed to be that long but not tied back? His hair is long.
That's probably the limit. I mean, that's the longest I've ever sseen.
That's the longest I've ever seen any fighter that wasn't made to tie it back.
It depends on whether Uriah Faber chose to tie his hair up. Clay Guida, if they chose, I would assume they made Guida tie his hair. But Uriah Faber, I didn't say Hall, right?
Faber, yeah.
I don't remember.
He did cornrows a lot.
He did.
And the other guy you're talking about, he kind of, yeah. But this is the longest I've ever seen any fighter's hair, male or female, that was not corralled.
Yeah.
That's a big calf kick from Fletcher. God damn it. Nice left from Fletcher.
And you definitely get used.
He bum rushed that man.
And you definitely like I could go through.
Hooks in. Damn, Semmelsberger gave up his back so quick.
Like
He gets it back. He gets it back.
Like in terms of visibility, if I had to, I could go through the day like this, no problem. I can see perfectly fine.
Yeah, but do you want somebody swinging ham hocks at you with your hair in your eyes like that?
Fight like that. Like you could get used to it, but I wouldn't want to be in a fucking fight. Like when I drive, I even got to fucking pull my hair back.
But I don't think that we've ever seen Semmelsberger's hair this long.
No.
That's what I'm saying, right? So he can't be used to it.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time he fought? Ooh, that was a stiff.
Oh, what an uppercut!
It was like a
And he followed it with a right.
shovel jab type deal.
Nice left from Semmelsberger.
Nice
Oh,
change.
and he gave up his back so fast.
Well, he was trying to fight the takedown, and
He's got hooks in.
switched to the back. The sausage is still here.
Hand under the armpits. Wow, he slipped out. All right, now Semmelsberger's in top position. Let's see what Fletcher does. Wow, he countered that immediately. Nope. You're not doing that. Fletcher's got really good wrestling instincts. But, I mean, look how small he is and how compact he is. He looked like he was born to be a wrestler. So let's see what Semmelsberger is able to do in Fletcher's guard, because I just think that Fletcher is a more physically. Oh, he's got a cut on his nose on the bridge. I think that Fletcher is more physically strong than Semmelsberger, so we'll see if he's able to get his back off the mat, keep his shoulders off the mat, and reverse his position.
He's just sitting in his guard. He doesn't seem like. He doesn't look like he knows how to get up.
But it looked like he did before. He looked like he did before. But for all we know, he's using his time to recover.
That's a good point. That is a good point. We're agreeing too much.
Semmelsberger is not the kind of guy that you want to have in your guard while you're trying to recover. I love that tattoo, though. Those wolf tattoo. That
That's pretty dope.
That shit looks cool.
Oh, that elbow.
Oh, he dropped that elbow down on Fletcher. Wow. So good job by Semmelsberger. I'm tempted to give him this round, but if that's the 10-8 that I think it is, he's still losing the fight. He tried to go for that. He tried to go for that arm bar. Yeah, so Fletcher's doing a good job. Fletcher's doing a good job. He's competent defensively on the ground. Oh, Semmelsberger dropping that elbow though.
I think he would have tried to get up. I'll be right back.
Yo, I think Fletcher is a psychopath. The dude just took 3 big ass elbows right on his face, and he's smiling and laughing as soon as they get up. That would not be me. I'd be upset.
Nice shirt, bro.
Thank you. I really am into this band, and
You don't say.
you know,
This one's good. Oh god.
Just went over to Matthew Center before it started. Did not grab the
nice left from Fletcher.
Yes. 5 minutes. And there's some
He grazed him with the right.
10-8s. I don't think so.
I think the first round was a 10-8. I'm surprised at all the people that said it was a 10-9.
Yeah. Well, here and then it always comes back to: do you think it was a 10-8, or do you think the judges think it was 10-8?
Oh, no, both.
I mean, I agree, but that is two different questions.
But it wasn't 10-8 via damage. It was 10-8 via complete dominance, constant threats to end the fight. Constantly attempting submissions, constant smothering, and he basically rendered Semmelsberger completely defenseless. The only thing he could do is hold on. There was no offense. There was no trying to reverse anything. There was no threat that Semmelsberger was going to be a competent fighter for that first 5 minutes. There was just nothing from him. And that's why I thought it was a 10-8, and I think the judges will give it to him that way too. Semmelsberger tried that back elbow thing.
Him getting up was very big for him.
Yo, Fletcher's really feeling himself on the feet. The way he whipped that fist back after he hit that 1-1-2. Wow, Semmelsberger with the slam! Wow! What a slam! All right, now let's see what Fletcher does here, though. We're about to see what wrestling chops he really does have, or if he's having a problem with his cardio.
Yeah. Well, at this point, I mean,
imagine this shit ends in a draw.
I don't know enough about grappling to know where the difference between wrestling and jiu-jitsu come in exchange.
No, they're very, very, very different. Wrestling is very position. They're looking to get you in the position for GMP. They're looking to get you in position for a rear naked.
He's got a butterfly hook and he's got a foot on the hip. That's jiu-jitsu talk. That's not wrestling talk.
No, but the thing is, everybody knows in this generation that you need to get separation with the foot on the hip. Everybody knows that now. So I don't think that that's a BJJ thing anymore.
Right. So I'm saying my ignorance extends to that part is jiu-jitsu.
Was that a big right hand from Semi?
I didn't see. And at what point are you using jiu-jitsu, basic jiu-jitsu moves to get up? And then at what point are you now using wrestling? You're up or on your way up, and you're using wrestling grappling. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that wrestling wants to secure the position. BJJ wants to get you in position for a submission. Now, wrestlers can submit you, but that doesn't seem to be the focus of the art. The focus is to get dominance, positional dominance.
There's more wrestling involved in this very exchange. Let's say there's more wrestling. Is that Dustin Poirier in his corner?
Yeah, I think that's, and you can tell from Fletcher he doesn't have BJJ by the fact that his back is still on the floor, and I think that he's physically stronger than Semmelsberger.
But in this exchange, it's at this point, Semmelsberger's wrestling and Fletcher's trying to use BJJ moves to get up. Is that not accurate?
I think that he tried to a couple of times, but every time I've seen him try to avoid getting his back taken, those are super duper collegiate wrestling moves. Oh, nice reversal, but it's too late.
What are you doing?
I think he's already lost the round.
Wait on. Nice. Oh, he should have thrown that. That would have been perfect.
He missed that kick too. Oh, big shot from Fletcher. Oh shit. Swinging. That might be your fight in the night.
I was gonna say that was better than any exchange that I saw at 272.
That was rough.
And have you been to an event before?
Nope.
Yeah, it's definitely something to do.
I plan on it.
But the people who are like, they're like, oh, you don't, you have to be there. It's so it's so much better there. Like, there are things there that are certainly better, like the fact that you're part of the crowd. The fact
It's the same thing as any sporting event, really. It's just a different feel.
Yeah. I thought that aspect would be different because it's fighting, but it's not. And like, I was watching, we were third row on the
That's close.
yeah, and not on the floor, but the first row of the
in the stands.
Yeah,
Right.
And so like the fucking octagon's at eye level. It just so happened I was on one side with the door, so there was a lot more blocked than the other sides. But yeah, like if they're standing like that anywhere in the cage except behind this block or that block from the door or the far one, then yeah, you can see them. But if they go, if they spin a little bit, now you can't see what's going on, so you got to look up to the screen. If they're you got to look up at the screen. And so, like, I mean, it's cool, but for how expensive it is, I mean, I don't think you would have any worse of a time in the nosebleeds than on the floor.
Wow, they only gave it 10-9 for round one. Because if you give a 10-9 for round one, Summelsberger deserved to win. But I had a 10-8. I would have called it a draw.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect. I think that was absolutely what we want a draw to look like.
But it really, another reason why you don't want to have a matchup like this, because it'd be like, yeah, he gets thrown into the deep end or whatever. That's the fight game, right? But the thing is, for Matthew Summelsberger, this fight did nothing for him. He took somebody's 0, right? Yeah. But they're making a UFC debut, and if you beat him,
how many fights does he have in the UFC? Ooh, huh? How many fights does Summelsberger have in the UFC?
At least 10. I would think at least 10. Hold on, let me make sure I got that right.
And the reason I ask is because at this stage in his game, which I'm not 1,000% sure of, but just because welterweight is so stacked at the top, I mean, he could be number 6. I wouldn't fucking know. But because he's not in the top 5, then racking up wins.
No, he may have had his first fight in 2020.
Yeah. Okay. So at that point, then it's
this is a 6th fight.
Like at this is a 6th fight. It does give him credit. Even it does raise his stock because a win streak, is against anyone matters when you're that low. The top 5, if you have win streaks against nobodies, then that means something. But if you are not in the top 5, then a win streak is good, full stop. That's something to give you leverage. And so if he's at this is his 2nd win in a row. And so if he gets, let's say, 3 more wins, then not only will the next 3 opponents be higher in stature, the fact that this was a good fight, he'll get a better placement on the card. And then by the time he's got a 5-fight win streak, nobody's going to give a shit who the 2nd fight was. You know what I mean? So like the dropping of stock from who you're fighting, I think really only comes into play at the very top.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way, I probably say I am closer.
Did your phone just go off? I just got a new phone, and I know.
I don't understand why the Mets would trade for Chris Bassett and trade JT Ginn. That's one of their best prospects.
I just got my S22. I heard your phone, and I wasn't sure whose phone it was because I don't remember.
No, that was my Apple Watch.
Apple?
Yeah. Yeah, I have the iPhone 13 Pro Max, and I have the Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Plus.
Yeah, I just got my.
So I have the three. I have the third Samsung watch, and I have the Apple Watch.
Nice. So what do you really get out of the watch? The Samsung one.
Well, it's really, really good when a client is trying to get in touch with me and I have the phone in another room and I, don't completely fuck up the communication because I get something on the wrist when the phone's not around. Right. So it's, for me, like I like to be connected, but not that connected. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I always have my phone on top of me. So it wouldn't. I mean, it'd be cool. But
sometimes I just don't want to see my work phone because when I'm at home, I don't want to be reminded of work. I can leave the phone in the office. I can,
So how does the watch help that?
I don't need to be in the same room as the phone. I don't need to see the screen light up. And only when I get a text message from a client or a phone call will the watch go off. Other than that, it doesn't go off at all.
And that's the way you said it, or it only
That's
works?
the way I said it. Yeah.
I just put my phone on silent when I'm not in the mood.
But I can't. I cannot afford to put my phone on silent, and then a client is trying to get in touch with me, trying to schedule the session.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got the benefit.
I need to be connected, just not that connected.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I got the benefit of being connected to a company. So even though it's my personal cell phone, it's my clients and all that. I'll get back to you within 24 hours. And I mean, I'm on top of my phone anyway. So even when it's on silent, I rarely go more than half hour to an hour without looking at it. So.
Also, another thing too, that I'm only really just now, because I've known this professionally for a while, but for my own training, I'm definitely more informal about my progression than I am with my clients.
That makes sense.
And so now
versus other people's dogs.
yeah, exactly. Right. So lately I've been using the watches to look at my heart rate variability while I'm doing my thing. And a lot of times I get very unfocused. I lose my focus pretty easily. And now I understand that if I look at my watch and my heart rate is about 120 beats per minute, it's time to hit that next set. Rather than just kind of dilly-dallying and then, oh, shit, yeah, I'm at the gym. I should be doing this.
Ankalaev is a -650 favorite on the betting card. That is the biggest favorite this afternoon at the Apex. If you want to talk about a dangerous underdog, look no further than Thiago Santos, who hopes for a dozen.
I don't love this matchup, even though I do think that it is good for 5 to fight 6. I just don't love how their styles, Ankalaev and Santos. That matchup doesn't jump off the page for me. Although I'm a big Santos fan.
I wouldn't say I'm a big Santos fan. I do like. I like his prospect, and I like Ankalaev. It was Jimmy Dean, bro. I guarantee you. That's why you fucked it up by asking where sausage was from. Jimmy Dean could say that sausage is from anywhere because Jimmy Dean made him up.
Just not his style of trolling, though. You know what I mean?
But we could. That's not the point. The point is we could have known for sure.
But if you're putting $100 on the line, if it was him, he's definitely going to try to prove it so you can get that because he likes money.
I'm not putting up. I'm not saying that I'm going to put up money without expecting to pay it.
No, what I'm saying is that your way is foolproof. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But exactly.
That's later, but speaking of power in the striking department, say hello to Alex Pineda.
Is he fighting tonight?
Mm-hmm. I think he's the first fight on the main card.
Nice. I'm very excited to see.
Oh, he didn't just knock out Adesanya. He actually beat him twice. Unanimous decision in 2016, and then the knockout in 2017, a year later.
I didn't know that.
So that's why he's saying what he's saying.
Oh!
He does that. Yeah, what I like though is he stayed calm in those grappling exchanges in the first round.
That was his debut, right?
Yeah, or that was either his debut or the second fight.
Crazy.
But here's the thing. Pereira may not make it to Izzy simply because somebody could wrestle fuck him to death.
Yeah. But I think I
Silva's not that guy, though. So I expect him to knock the fuck out of Bruno
I
Silva.
expect him to get further before that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
I do that. That definitely is an issue.
Let me ask you this question. I think this is an interesting question for you. Do you think there is a possibility? There's a two-part question. Okay. First part of this is, do you think there's a possibility that Dana will try to protect Pereira and put him up against strikers primarily till he can make an excuse to create that fight, which will sell a lot of pay-per-views, right? And then the second part of that is, what do you think is the likelihood? If you say that there's a possibility, okay, what do you think is the likelihood that Dana would do something like that? A full boxing promoter. And then
I think the likelihood is extremely high. I think there is the only, like, the fact that Izzy also has a wrestling deficiency means that actually,
and that's that when you talk about wrestling deficiency, we're talking about relatively speaking. Like Izzy's takedown defense is better than most.
Does Pereira speak English?
I'm not sure. I know Bruno Silva was speaking English earlier this week, doing media. No, was it? No, he was speaking. He was speaking Portuguese.
No way he would.
I don't think Silva speaks English.
There's no way he would prefer a non-English speaking champion than an English speaking champion. But theoretically, because I don't know Pereira that well, all I know is that he knocked out Izzy, and then
But now we just found out that he beat him twice.
So that's all I know about him, and the UFC fight. So if Pereira speaks English and is at least comparably as charismatic as Izzy, then yes, absolutely Dana would do that. But because of the fact that pay-per-view would only be that one pay-per-view, whereas Izzy will generate multiple.
He's a cash cow, yeah. And he already gave him the contract too. They already gave Izzy that big-ass contract.
Yeah. He signed it just before the Whitaker fight, right?
You said what?
He signed it just before the Whitaker fight, right? Just recently. Yeah. And the other thing too is that Izzy's a company guy. You didn't hear jack shit about negotiations. You didn't hear jack shit about money. That doesn't mean that he's
or a union. You didn't hear anything.
That doesn't mean he's a company simp. That just means that like his person, like you don't see him. Hey, there's
hold on. Look at him. Does he not look like Sagat? Fiber up your butt.
Don't do that. Oh, now you're gonna lose. You better win if you're gonna do some shit like that.
I think he's gonna kill him.
Have we talked about?
But if he does get knocked out, I'm gonna laugh mad hard.
He got removed, or is that not done yet, or just badly done? Have we talked about your position on Sean Strickland as a? You're not about it, right?
I don't like his persona. I come from.
Let me ask you this.
I come from like the whole traditional martial artist type of thing. So I like it when guys show respect. I like it when guys use their platform to make the world a better place. I understand that I cannot expect that, but that's just something that I gravitate towards. And the guys that act like assholes, when they lose, I take a lot of pleasure in their losing. That's just who I am.
I like people for being genuine. Like if you are that like a Bisping, I wouldn't want Bisping to hold back. I like Bisping because he's Bisping. He's Bisping.
I agree.
Same with Izzy, but I really like people like.
Look! 4-inch height, 5-inch reach. It's about to be a problem, son.
So let me ask you this:
Bruno better put that BJJ up. He better get in on a double leg.
So if Sean Strickland's thing was a shtick, would it be more or less acceptable?
You can make a case for both. You can make a strong case for both.
I'm asking you to pick one. Well, or give me the pros and cons.
If it is just a shtick, then people would get off his back a little bit.
Right.
But if it's not shtick, then if he's really a gangster like that in real life, then he's going to get that John Jones fan, right? He's going to get that kind of guy that, you know, they like to root for the bad guy. The guys that loved to watch Scarface and wanted to see Tony Montana come out on top, right? So, you know, you have fight fans that love Bushido, and then you have the fight fans that are, you know, hey, I want to hear the shit talking. I want to hear that kind of stuff. But if people found out that it was a work, then some people would like him less, while other people would relax about being able to root for him. Some people might root for him and feel uncomfortable about rooting for him because of some of the stuff he talks, right? Some of those people might be able to relax and just enjoy. Case in point, I'll give you an example. Colby Covington, right? I've always wanted to watch him fight, but when he was talking that other shit, I just couldn't do it. But when I found out that it was more shtick, yeah, I don't really love him, but now I get to enjoy watching him fight, and I don't have to feel as bad about it, right? So that's why, I mean, you know, you can make the case for either, for Strickland. But I think that if it is an act for Strickland, it is going to wear off, and then he's going to have to find another persona. Or he just needs to just knock people out and just let his hands do the talking.
Yeah. That forgives all in the sport, right? Like you could say whatever the fuck you want. If you're knocking motherfuckers out, then like,
Look how quickly Pereira
I need to be
whips that leg out. I'm sorry. For somebody that has dominated Izzy, I don't see any of these fighters in a stand-up. Silva must use his BJJ. You're not going to lunge at this guy and get what you want off of him. That's not going to happen. Silva needs to get in on his hips and dump him on the cage and start working for a submission. That was a nasty, nasty left hook from Pereira. That was nasty.
There was no telegraphing.
Nope. And it was hard. It was hard and fast. Pause.
That hit him right here. And it fucking not leveled him, but.
And look how easy he just throws his legs out there. Also, look at the length of his legs. He's got no torso length.
Their waistlines are almost exactly the same. Or 5-inch height difference. Their waists are almost at the same spot. You got long ass legs.
Look how fast he is with the legs.
Come on, I need to see this man fucking be grappled.
Oh, you want to see his defense?
I want to see it. I want to see what.
Because if his defense is as good as Izzy's defense, you're going to see him against Izzy if Chimaev doesn't take him out first. I think that Chimaev beats Adesanya sort of kind of easily.
Yeah. I don't like saying that, but yeah, you're right.
Chimaev is not going to freeze like other fighters. and Izzy relies on being able to disrupt timing, you're not going to do that with Chimaev. Chimaev is the type of fighter where when you try to keep him at length and you pick up your leg off the ground, he's going to blast W.
Nice little kick on.
Look how long this guy's legs are.
There
He got it on him.
Oh, okay.
He sat him down. All right, what is he going to do with this? Pereira, if you want to see Izzy, you better get the fuck up. Back to his feet. Yo, that canvas is really slippery tonight. I've seen multiple fighters slip today.
Whoa. Ever since Sean O'Malley said something about it, I've been noticing it a lot. But
yeah, about the slippage in the cage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And somebody asked Dana about it.
Something needs to be done about that.
And he was like, it's already coarse as shit. Like, if you go to the mat, you're leaving some skin there.
Yeah. You've seen a lot of JJ. Did you see her knees?
Well, maybe.
When she fought earlier? Her knees look fucked up.
But like
I think there's another female fighter earlier. Her knees look ripped up. There are a lot of similarities in the striking from him and Izzy. Silva is in trouble. So much
precision and so much power.
Pereira is really evading his guard.
So I think even if let's say they Pereira and Izzy have the exact equal level of wrestling, just for the sake of argument,
Pereira is going to beat him. I mean, because history says unanimous decision and then KO.
That's a leap too far for me, because we're talking about years ago in a different sport where Izzy has been in this sport for years already, and Pereira's just coming in. Now, I'm not.
No, he's just coming into the UFC. He's had 5 fights before tonight.
What?
He has 5 professional fights before tonight. This is his 6th professional fight, which means he's got multiple years in the sport too.
Okay, so who's Izzy's last 5 fights compared to Pereira's last?
No, I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying is he's not new to the sport. So again, he's talking about skill levels again.
Right, but I'm saying that the steel of Izzy's sword has been sharpened to a greater degree than Pereira because he's been in the UFC longer.
In mixed martial arts. But here's the thing. Neither one of them is shooting for a takedown, so it's going to be a kickboxing match.
Well, and that brings in the question that one of them would go, just like we saw with Colby and Usman, the inverse might very well be the case where Izzy's already lost to this dude striking twice. And even though we're talking about both of them have a deficiency, again, that's relative. It's not like they don't know how to wrestle. And so I could see.
But we don't know about Pereira's wrestling yet. We don't know.
That's why I want to see it. That's exactly why I want to see it.
Yeah. But we know that Izzy is not going to be trying to land a takedown. We know this.
I'm not ready to say that. If it gets to Pereira, if Pereira starts climbing the ranks, you're going to tell me Izzy's not going to be like, all right, this guy is coming up there.
You think he's gonna very sneakily knock on Daniel Cormier's? He's gonna ring his doorbell and I need to help me.
I don't even secretly. I don't think that Izzy's the kind of guy.
Oh, that dig to the body.
In fact, if I was Izzy, I would be like, yeah, he beat me in a sport where there's no takedowns. Both, who have you been wrestling against in the UFC?
Yo, if Izzy submits Pereira on the ground, I'm done. I'm finished. I'm done. I'm done.
Like the fact is that
Woo! Overhand right.
no matter how much you do in the gym,
Silva's starting to hesitate now. Silva's starting to hesitate.
yeah, no matter how much work you do in the gym, you can only really get fight experience fighting.
Oh, did you see that? That was disrespectful.
Oh,
And then he gets the takedown. Oh, you're gonna fucking style on me, huh? I'm gonna take you down. Oh. He gave up the back. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna turn in? Separate the hands. Turn in. Okay. All right. Okay. He's giving up 2 takedowns already in this fight.
Looked like he had space to separate completely.
But notice how Silva's BJ Day didn't even come into play at all. I think Silva's got pretty strong BJJ as well.
Izzy beat Yoel Romero. So
What do you mean?
I'm saying fucking Romero's a world class wrestler. Is Silva? You know,
No, but the fact that he's got 2 takedowns on Pereira might signal that maybe Pereira's takedown defense is not as strong as Izzy's.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But again, if he makes it to Izzy, there is no takedown defense. They will kickbox each other. Silva's like, yo, I'm going to kickbox you right now. Nice knee to the body. Good balance for Pereira.
Usman would dictate that, but after seeing both Colby and Usman fights, I think it makes perfect sense that whoever has they're both top tier in striking. So if one of them can have a slight edge in the wrestling,
then they might use it.
Yeah,
and that would be Izzy, but he wants to stand there and pick you apart. Like I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I think he
wants to beat Pereira more than anything else, other than keeping the belt.
And I agree with that. And City Kickboxing will prepare him for that if that's what he wants to do. Nice elbow there. He's doing too much showboating. He's doing way too much showboating.
I just think he doesn't seem hurt. Like he just seems like this is an easy night out.
Yeah, Silva does not look panicked. He doesn't look like he feels like he's in trouble. But Pereira looks like he's starting to wear it a little bit. And now that leg. I think this was the game plan for Silva, was to take that lead leg out. Even though you don't see a lot of bruising, his footwork is really stiff right now.
Why would you not fucking... Yeah, there you go. Would you drop a fucking hammer fist on that?
Stop! Mark Smith.
Oh, yo, this Truly lemonade is the shit. They got regular Trulies, they got like citrus Trulies, they got a Truly iced tea, and they got Truly lemonade. And I was like, I don't know about all that, but I went for it with the lemonade.
I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Truly did sponsor my channel. I was going to ask you something before. Fuck, what was it? About... I don't remember. You forget. Oh, hey, this joint's not done. Woohoo! All the tokers in the world light up. All right, third round. Let's go, baby. Nice.
Are you tempted to give Silva the second round, like I am?
Not really. I just feel like the.
Oh, nice sprawl. Nice sprawl, Pereira. Nice sprawl. He might have lost the fight right there if he gave that takedown up.
There's I don't know. I felt like that was still Pereira's round. Yeah, so I'm with you. I thought the first round was a more dominant round, which again brings me back to the point that they both shouldn't be scored 10-9, regardless of who you're giving in the round to. They were very different rounds. Because again, if we're going down to 10-5, I would give the first round 10-7 to Pereira.
You really think it was that far? That was that far of a gap?
No. I'm saying if we're going on my scorecard, that like, yeah. Yeah, I think because 10-9 would be if you really can't tell, and you've got to go to like cage control or like aggression.
Right. But it was clear that Pereira was leading. But remember, he also gave up a takedown in that first round too. So
yeah, then okay, yeah. So 10-8 in the first round, and then 10-7 in the first round. 10-8 for
Silva.
For whoever won that round, I would go 10.
Because I think in your scoring system, you want to give somebody credit if at the end of the two rounds, if one guy was better in the first round than the other guy was better than them in the second round, you want him to get that credit for how good he was. And
Well,
Silva's in trouble.
Let's put it this way. There you go.
Oh my God, he is killing his body with those knees.
The easiest way to put it,
really wants to hold on right here.
Even if you give the second round to Silva,
nice elbow.
It should be tied right now. That doesn't make sense.
But like, if you think somebody was more better in the first than the other guy in the second, you want him to get that credit for how much better he was in the first, right?
I mean, yes, but not necessarily looking.
Silva is in trouble. Nope, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, buddy.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about like giving credit in hindsight. It's just about being more accurate and scoring the round. Like
right. But I'm saying at the end of the day, you want to make sure that the guy gets the credit for being so much better. Yeah. If he is so much better.
Yeah.
And I think that if you had your kind of scoring,
being a little bit better,
we would know the story of the fight better by looking at the scoring.
I mean, think about
that is a nasty knee to the quad. Oh my God, that sucked.
Do you think there's
nice wizard?
If we were going down to 10-5, do you think there was any way in the world that in the Johnny Hendricks, the second Johnny Hendricks GSP fight, that GSP would have taken the belt?
From what I hear about it, because I did not see that fight. From what I hear about it, a lot of people did believe that Johnny Hendricks should have gotten the nod in that fight.
Absolutely. There was no question.
And a lot of people say GSP is like the best ever, but he's got 2 losses on his record, and he's had some problems with fighters.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't. I mean, those fighters were.
Oh, look at that little short left uppercut shovel. Silva back up.
Oh, he felt that body shot.
Yeah, he did.
Ooh.
Yo, Silva's like, yo, I'm done.
That's not
Silva's like, yo, you won, Pereira, you won.
What are you wagging your tail at?
The way he went down the way somebody would go down if the ref stopped the fight. TKO.
Well, he was holding on to. It was from that body shot. He was holding on.
Do you remember that? Remember that really crazy? I got to get your opinion of this because he's one of my favorite fighters. I can't get his name, but we had the young Hawaiian. Fuck, he had that. No, it was Shane Burgos. It was Shane Burgos had the and he's from my area. Shane Burgos had that that 7-second delayed knockout.
Yeah.
What was your take on that? Because that kind of scared me when I saw it.
I think we were watching that. I mean,
no, nope. This is like your, I think, 4th appearance. That happened like last year.
I was probably watching it this week.
Because he's fought since then.
Scary is not certainly not.
Scared me when I saw his eyes go stiff in his head. And then, like, because he looked like, because remember, he was bouncing, and then he stopped, and then his eyes went glassy, and then he just kind of stumbled backwards into the fence.
Does it scare you every time a guy is wobbly?
No, but that wasn't wobble, because the thing is, it was so delayed.
So I asked for a reason. So
okay.
The only reason the Shane Burgos thing was different was because of his position in the cage, the fact that he was very in the center of the cage, and that it wasn't so bad that he flopped over, and so that he was enough with his faculties to keep himself going. It was less severe than you see somebody just fucking clock. So,
but you know why I disagree with that?
I'm curious when you say it's scared.
Yeah, because we've seen fighters survive boxing matches and then die in the hospital later that night. And that's what I saw with that delayed reaction. I thought he could have had a bleed of the brain. I thought that there could have been damage to his brainstem. Like, that scared the shit out of me.
Right, but didn't they stop the fight there?
No, he took some ground and pound. He took some GMP before they called it. But for me, when I saw that delayed reaction, I thought that there could have been something. I thought that there could have been, like, one of those slow brain bleeds. Yeah. One of those delayed reactions where you see the fighter survives the boxing match, but then they die in the hospital later that night or 2 days later. We saw a couple of those deaths in 2020 in boxing.
No, yeah, I feel you. Hold on one second.
He was like, you did get taken down a couple of times throughout the fight. That is not fight of the night for me, though.
Yeah. The last one was better.
Yeah.
But
yo, give credit to Silva. Yeah. Silva wasn't just gonna lay down.
And yeah, because like the guys who are just because like what we're saying or what I've been saying about the fact that he's fresh to the UFC, just like with the Izzies, the Connors, even though they were earlier in their career, even though not everybody knew it yet, they were still dangerous as fuck at the time they were fighting cans,
right,
quote unquote.
But that's why I hear a lot of people talking a lot of shit about Makhachev. They talk a lot of shit about Javid. They talk a lot of shit about Khamzat, right? And what I was trying to explain to some of my friends, when they argue against these guys, and they're wrong every single time they pick against them, is that you look at the name, and it's like, okay, I get your point. They didn't fight the big names the way that you would want to see them fight the big names. However, there is much more to the fight game than the name of the guy that you beat. The eye test is not just who you beat, but how are you beating them, right? So I give you an example, right? If I'm a guy that knocks somebody out in 15 seconds, right? It looks impressive, right? But the thing is, you don't really get to see just what they're made of, because it could have been a flash knockout. We don't really know if they were really better than that fighter. But when you see a fighter implement a force of will that overwhelms even the most steel trap minded guys, because sometimes it's not a skill thing. Some guys are in the UFC because they're just gritty as fuck, like that Semmelsberger guy, right? When you saw Khamzat beat GM3, a lot of people say, well, that was a really quick knockout, but that's not what I saw. What I saw was GM3 back up to the cage as soon as the horn sounded, and that was the difference.
Exact same thing with Dan Hooker and Michael Chandler. I need to see them fight again because Dan Hooker was fucking scared of him. He backed up.
Dan Hooker still had that damage from Poirier.
Probably.
So we don't really know.
Wait, it's happening right now?
No. Wait, McKinney is fighting again?
Dover McKinney's happening right now?
The fuck? He just won.
Baby. Yo. Oh, shit. Yo, fuck yeah. I'm about this.
Oh, let's go.
Yo, you got to check out his fucking...
Terrence McKinney just fought like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Drew Dober is a tough human being. Don't let them 11 losses fool you.
This might be fight of the night. Terrence McKinney was just on MMA Hour, and
who?
Ariel Horning.
No, who was on the show?
Fucking T-Rex. What the fuck is his name?
McKinney.
Yeah.
Terrence
McKinney was just on, and he was talking about his home life or his his childhood and how
he's coming out to 8 Mile. Lose yourself.
He's like what 20, 24, 25. That's
he looks like he's 19.
But you gotta here. I gotta find this. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I'm trying to search his name, and Terrence McKenna is coming up. How do you spell it?
McKinney.
McKinney.
Oh,
hi.
Terrence with 2 R's. Remember, he would have fought a lot more if he didn't hop off the edge of the cage and fuck his knee up.
Why am I searching?
He has the fastest finish at 155 in the division's history with the fucking killers that are in that division.
He's not that guy. And that's what I love about him. It says you gotta seize the moment, and if you want to be great, you gotta do
when you have time.
That's
Actually,
because of how tough.
Drew Dober. He might be one of the whitest men in the history of planet Earth.
That's racist.
That's racist.
All right, so this interview, I'm in the private chat with McKinney and Helwani 12 days ago, and then this one is 5 days ago.
Okay.
I mean, just for, later or whenever. But, like, he used to be like a real fucking...
That's almost a half an hour.
What?
Oh, the drug trip that led to heart stopping twice. Golly.
I could give you the...
I know that interests the hell out of you.
I could give you the highlights on that if you want.
So, so he was on there twice.
Yeah, he was on there before his last fight and then after his last the Wednesday before his last fight.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it because I know that you're all about taking all kinds of trips. So
that was not even really the part that is the most interesting about him. I do that part was pretty funny, but more about how he was just a fucking G. But yeah,
but Drew Dober, man,
he was tripping balls and he fucked himself up. I'll let you hear the interview itself, but
Drew Dober, man, he's the security guy tried to jump in between him like, dude, both of these guys will fuck you up. Step back, relax.
I want McKinney to win because he's on a roll.
Yeah, but I like Drew Dober.
Drew Dober is a fucking beast, and he did.
And we've seen Drew Dober get destroyed and submitted not that long ago.
Whoa! Am I mixing him up with Jamal Hill?
Well, who?
With Jamal Hill, did he get a new chest piece?
No, Jamal Hill is mad long and he's mad tall. Jamal Hill is like 205.
Two badly tattooed fists on his chest?
No, he's got the weird looking thumbs up.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
McKinney, that's not McKinney. That's Jamal Hill.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Carmen is back. I hope your swimming lesson.
Hello.
Hope your swimming lesson went well.
San Diego, where in the world are you?
I've already told that joke today. You got to get yours in too.
Mr. Longhair.
Oh man, I'm excited for this.
Mr. Long.
I did not study this card before the night. I've had a lot of other shit going on.
None of us who went to Vegas last week did study that card. So we were all just like, yo, who's fighting on this card? All we know is Colby and Masvidal. And we're like, no, I know. I purposely didn't look because I just want to see him walking out and be like, oh!
You know that Drew Dober could. Oh my God! No, he didn't do this! No!
Oh my God! Go! Oh, back off. You got it, but you don't got it.
Whoa!
Good, you're good, baby.
Oh my God!
An onslaught of strikes.
Yo!
Dober on Clear Street. McKinney is doing work and then ends up on top.
For real!
Dropping them bows.
Throw them bows. Go ludicrous on him. Look how fast his hands and his feet are.
Oh,
Look at this kid. Look at this kid.
Oh,
look at that feet. That head kick. Oh. Drew Dober is like, yo, I'm not going away. Oh! This kid is nasty.
Yo. This might be.
His chin is too high.
He might be.
His chin is too high, though. Oh, look at the takedown. Let's go.
And you said his chin is too high, and he went, whoop.
Uh-oh. Yo, I thought he was getting a 9-second knockout.
That's usually what he gets. But this is great. If I was him, I would just fucking sit here. Because he just fucking blew a load. And Dober's not going away.
He's trying to throw it up. He kept those shoulders in.
Ooh, mouth guard's out.
Mouth guard is out. Who's mouth guard?
Oh, that's Kenny.
No, it's McKinney's.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to take McKinney's advantage away.
Remind me to ask you how the Bisping Rogan commentary was.
Bisping Rogan? What are you talking about?
Because I was there. I missed the commentary.
I told you I didn't cover that. They put an abuser of women on the card, so I didn't cover it. I didn't cover it at all. Plus, I was at a wedding anyway. I wasn't going to be able to cover it no matter what. Boom! What timing! Look at the timing on that.
That was legal.
Look at.
I thought
he was holding the mouthpiece.
Yeah. I was like, that was so legal.
But it's illegal in all 50 states outside the cage. That head kick. Look at Drew Dober's face.
So you won't even watch a Greg Hardy card?
No. The UFC needs more fans to take a stand to say, you know what? We're not going to give you money. We're not going to give you pay-per-view buys. Oh, Drew Dober just got him.
I hear you, but the
Yeah, he's done. Wow. And I could sense it too. He just leaves it too high. He leaves his fucking chin too high.
Oh man. We're watching
Carmen. Terrence McKinney put on a show in the first 40 seconds of
I
this
told
fight.
you this would be fight of the night. This
But-
is the night.
But the kid leaves his fucking chin up too fucking high.
I think both.
Drew Dober is the tougher fighter. Terrence McKinney is the better fighter.
But so, all right.
Man,
I still don't understand the. Like I understand.
shit. Fucking McKinney, man. He's gonna come back a better fighter. He's gonna come back a better defensive fighter.
So is MMA
It was
your
the need
favorite
of the
sport?
body that got him.
Is MMA your favorite sport?
No,
What's your favorite sport?
baseball.
So is there a similar Greg Hardy situation in baseball?
No, they suspend those guys. They get them up out of there. We're talking about 100. We're talking about 60, 50, 100 a year suspension. They get them out of there.
Okay, so then bring it back to just Greg Hardy. Is there? I'm trying to decide if I want to give context or just ask it. Let me just ask: is there any fight that would make you be like, I can't miss this? Like, okay, Greg Hardy's on the fucking prelims. I'm not fucking watching.
No.
But
No.
so
I'll just find out what happened after.
okay, but so
I cannot reward.
I hear you.
reward.
I just
We can't do
it. Give me a minute to properly phrase this, because the reason that I don't disagree with
Yep. Yep.
these motherfuckers for that shit.
And then there's a lot more fighting going on at juvie. Believe that. They say that it's more violent in the juvenile corrections than it is in the actual adult prisons. Damn it. Yo, McKinney's going to come back a better fighter. That kid is a fucking star.
For sure.
But Drew Dober is a
Which is a
fucking
great win for
bulldog.
Drew Dober. I think both their stocks went up. And again, going back to Hardy, I'm just like, from my perspective, personally, me, there are so many fights that I care so much about that the impact of missing that.
Drew Dober said the guy hits hard. I'm not gonna even pretend I wasn't hurt. That guy fucked me up. Oh
I think he also kind of blew his load, think he was going to get that finish.
no, I think it was that needed a body that took I think he knocked the air out of him. He's very defensively loose, McKinney, but that's what allows him to be as flashy as he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I just wish that he would just tuck that chin. But you were saying you were setting something up.
Take this ride with me and see if you can fill in the gap.
Okay.
Because there's some fights that I care so much about the sport and the fight themselves that there's nothing that could make me not want to watch that fight from such a low impact of not watching the fight. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, and like I don't like. I'm not saying you should watch fight. You know.
No, you're just stating your case. I'm listening.
Right. And like there's other things where
You're teaching me to be a better listener. We'll talk about that later. But continue.
there's other things where like I'm sure that I would draw a line in the sand closer than you would, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean by that?
So if Greg Hardy, put his fingers, in a little girl, at that point you probably would be like, nah, I can't do this.
I mean, at that point, I would hope that the UFC would part ways.
But now you're starting to get into my problem with this. if Greg Hardy was already a fighter and he had like some lapse in judgment with his girlfriend, I will look at it differently.
Yeah.
But this is how it happened. He was in another sports league, a sports league that has a fair amount of guys that beat up women. They found that it was so egregious that they basically kicked him out of the sport when he was one of the sport's better players. Because they said, look, we've had this problem, with domestic violence. We've had this problem. We've had that problem, right? But we can't abide by what he did to this woman.
No, I hear you.
But then here's the problem that I have. The UFC then took that opportunity at that point to then give him a bunch of money and a contract. If they had already given him a contract, I would look at it differently. But it almost felt like to me they gave him the contract because he beat that woman up.
I lost you for a second. I heard. You said,
Oh, okay, yeah, you did freeze a little bit. So if Greg Hardy was already in the UFC when he did what he did to that woman,
no, yeah, and
I would not carry that hardline stance the way I do, right? Because my issue,
people that do that, but this was so egregious, and then I lost you.
Oh, okay, so that other sports league that has guys that have beat up women, they said, we've never seen violence like this against women. We've seen violence against women from our players. We've never seen anything this egregious.
Okay.
They got him up out the sport.
Okay.
Okay.
So okay.
Now, if Greg Hardy would have done what he did to that woman while already under contract with the UFC, I wouldn't take that hardline stance. I wouldn't. Because my issue isn't with Greg Hardy. My issue is with the UFC, because it almost, like, I know that it's irrational to take this position, but it almost feels like to me they said, oh, you almost killed the one with your bare hands. Here's a UFC contract. It's almost like they rewarded him for doing something that fucked up.
I disagree. I think they, they didn't take a position. Either way, I think he was a commodity. It's a business, and that's how.
I agree with you. I'm saying it's almost irrational.
So here's what I don't get about your position. You've said it's irrational, and maybe that's just what it is, and you feel what you feel. But so, like, because the NFL said this is too bad, then it's too bad. But you're okay with the NFL players who did the exact same thing to a slightly lesser degree, and so,
it adds context. What I'm saying is that in a league where you've seen violence against women,
right?
And they determined, okay, we've seen this before, and we've suspended guys.
I care what I determine, and I don't care to dive into some low-level fighter's life, and to the point where I'm going to ruin my own experience when I didn't do anything wrong, and. And you're the same people who are saying X, Y, and Z against Greg Hardy because
you're frozen. You're frozen. You're frozen. You're frozen. Frozen. You're frozen. Is your laptop heating up? Like NBA Jam? Well, I guess he'll be back when he'll be back.
You hear me?
Yeah. Are you covering the vents? Are you covering the vents on your laptop? And you're frozen again.
I have it on my weed thing, but to hold it up. But
are you covering the vents on the bottom of your laptop?
No. No, I got it open. But what did you hear?
You're gonna have to go back to you ruining your own experience.
Okay, so the Roundtree's fighting shit. All right.
But the problem with Roundtree is you don't know which version of him you're going to get.
Right.
Either you're going to get
the
greatest fighter of all time, or you're going to get somebody who's going to fold like a paper airplane.
I don't know. Post Thailand, he's been on a fucking tear. And so yeah. Let me just finish the point that I made. And the long and short of it was. You are determining that Greg Hardy is in this category because of the fact that the NFL made this moral distinction. And so my question to you is, why is
that's not what I was saying?
That's what you said. That may not have been what you meant, but you said the NFL.
No. The thing is, like, that was only part of it. Okay. So you're reading into that one part.
Okay.
So what I was trying to do was I was trying to set the table.
Okay.
Right. But I didn't want to just drone on. If you had something that you needed clarified, then I was just going to allow you to make that point. Right. But what I'm saying is that what he did to that woman was so egregious that even they said, hey, we've got players that have done this and we've suspended people. No, we're terminating that contract. You got to get out the league. That's how bad what he did. And we've seen
the NFL.
From that professional sports league,
right,
that has those kinds of people there, what they normally would give a suspension to. They said what you did to this woman was so egregious.
But so my point is that I find more of an issue with letting the other abusers play than saying, well, you did domestic abuse, but it's not that bad. It's not as bad as Greg Hardy.
No, but the thing is, I think that everybody knows that people make mistakes and do wrong, but there are some things that just shock your consciousness.
Okay,
and when he almost killed that woman with his bare hands. It's not like he grabbed her wrist and shook her. Okay, it wasn't that he slapped her. It wasn't that he threw a cell phone against the wall. Okay. He nearly ended her life with his bare hands.
Again, we come back to an arbitrary line that you're drawing, which is fine. Again, if that's you said it's irrational, and if you're fine with your position.
Yeah, the severity of what he did to that woman. The severity of it.
I just find it odd that you don't have a problem with the concept of abuse. You have just
that's not what it is. I'm setting the table. I'm setting the table here.
Well, all right. Well, you keep throwing it back.
Okay. Okay. So when you look at even the reaction of other people, you know that this was different. Because you look at the entire landscape and you say, well, normally in society, like remember we were talking about the whole thing with the Rona, right? And we were talking about how vaccines normally don't get any funding. But what I was saying is that we have a collective consciousness that says that we'll take a certain situation up until a certain point when we actually have to make a movement. So normally vaccines don't really do anything. But the reasons why we don't fund vaccines like that is because you don't get repeat customers if you prevent the disease. So there's not a lot, that's a one-time deal that you make that money and you can't get value for your shareholders over an extended period of time if you nip the problem in the bud and it goes away like polio, right? They had a whole thing with polio where they had like these lung machines that they put you in and people built these machines, they made money.
Because I don't understand where you're going. Because
here's a different. I'm trying to explain something. There's
always a vaccine where you need a booster, and
right. But what I'm saying is they would not have even funded that if not for the economic impact of the Rona stopping the economy. They would not even put that money into there if it didn't stop the economy. Because normally there is no money in vaccines, but society kind of knew that we can lose a lot more money than we would not gain. You lose more money from the freezing of the economy. So we have to put money into the vaccine because normally the vaccine does not make enough money to justify putting money in. But this is what stand to lose so much money from the stopping of the economy that you're forced to then fund the vaccine. In the other professional sports league situation.
Hold on. Save your breath because this is going over my head because to me, the answer to that is not to shut down the economy. And so I know we have different positions on that. So this
I said society, not Lush.
Right. But bring it back
right?
to something where
you're making my point for me.
Helping me understand your position on Greg.
No, actually, you just made my point for me. Lutch says this is not something that I would stop the economy for, right?
Right.
In a democracy, majority rules. So majority.
We don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic.
I know, but this is the perception.
Acting like a democracy.
This is the perception. Majority rules. This is the perception, right? When you vote for the president, people think the president that got the most votes should be the president. Majority rules, right? So there's always going to be an acceptable amount of risk that people are willing to take before they make a move, right? Yes. If there's a listeria outbreak, right? There's going to be a certain amount of contamination that they will allow to your food until it gets to a certain point, whereby which they say, no, we got to put a stop to this, right? If you have enough people die from being ejected from their cars in car crashes, you're going to say, okay, right? So in the professional sports league, they've had guys that do bad things, right? But then there was this one thing where their collective conscience says, okay, this crosses a line that most people can't deal with. Most of us can't deal with it. You know, the little pushing, the little slapping, grabbing her by the wrist or something like that, breaking her cell phone. You know, these are all bad things. We're going to give you a suspension for it, right? In this case, they said, no. This goes way beyond the pale. Now, you don't think that that's a reason to terminate his contract.
No,
but you're not.
No. Wrong. I think Ray Rice should have been, they should terminate his contract.
I disagree strongly.
And so this is my point: is you are determining you are.
But he ended up out of the league after that, though. He did.
You are aligning with the NFL's morality, and I'm asking you why that the NFL has.
You're reading too much into it. Like I said, I'm trying to set the stage for something, right? Because I'm saying that the severity of what he did, other people acknowledged it.
I don't understand what you're getting at.
All right. So the thing is that what I'm saying is that when I looked at what he did to that woman. If I was still watching that sports league,
okay, let me steal.
If I was still watching that sports league, I would not watch games that had him in it.
Okay, but
I would not because it was disgusting.
I get right. Let me steal.
But in a league where guys are kind of like laissez-faire with the abuse of women, and even they couldn't take that, it really drives home the point that what he did was worse than what we would normally see in a situation like that.
We understand that,
right? So if other people can look at that and say, you know what, we can't give him a multi-million-dollar contract. We can't have him associated with our brand. That was too much. And then to have another sports league say, oh, you almost killed a woman with your bare hands. Why don't you come on over here? We'll give you money.
That's
I can't do it.
All of these guys who are abusing their women, who are fucking professional athletes abusing normal ass fucking women, are endangering the lives of these women. And so for any of them to get a pass and to just get a suspension, in my opinion, is wrong. If you are a domestic abuser, you should not be able to be a part of these.
So if a guy snatches a phone out of his wife's hand and it slams it against the wall, you equate that to ending her life?
For a long time, brother. So it's not that people think Ray Rice was okay and Greg Hardy was not okay. I am part of people. I don't think either of them were okay. And
well, both of them lost their contracts.
What?
Ray Rice never played in another game after that.
I mean, I'm just picking names out of a hat. He's not the only one. We're agreeing that there are other domestic abusers in the league. So pick a name out of the hat.
But you picked the two guys that got kicked out of the sport.
I don't follow football anymore. Pick a name.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either.
Okay, so let's just call him domestic abuser who's still in the NFL.
Okay.
So you're saying that people are okay with that level of domestic abuser who's still in the NFL. But
no, I would flip that. I'm not saying that they were okay with it. They're less okay with the other thing. They're more angry about the other thing than this.
And which is reflected by the NFL's decision is what they are basing it on their people, which is not me, because if it was me, then none of them would be playing. So
okay, now I get you. Okay.
So whoever people is, at the end of the day, it's the NFL making the decision.
Right.
So the NFL is the one who is the arbiter of morality to say, oh no, Ray Rice and Greg Hardy went too far, but a guy who's still playing didn't go too far.
Right.
I'm saying the guy who the NFL said didn't go too far went too far.
Okay, yeah, I got your point.
If you're going to be consistent, either all of them play or none of them play. And
I agree with you.
In my world, then all of them would play. And so if Greg Hardy's not going to play, then none of them should play. But I have no issue with Greg Hardy playing because I don't fucking know about Greg Hardy for his morality. And yes, if it was, there's a conversation to be had about if it was a different type of crime. But it wasn't. So if we're just
but again, you got to keep that same energy. You just gave me a keep that same energy argument, and I'm always going to side with you and to keep that same energy argument. But I just had this discussion with Mrs. Evil about because we didn't talk about Cain Velasquez yet. We have not talked about that. Okay. And my position on that is that if you want to catch that guy and GMP him, that's illegal. But I'm more accepting of that than you chasing a guy in a vehicle on public roads around other people while firing a weapon into a car with 3 people in it.
I do hear you.
But a lot of people believe that that is wrong unless it's this one particular crime.
And I agree with but let's make it clear that I agree with the notion that that type of crime is in a separate category.
No, but the thing is that guys like you and me, I got to say this. Guys like you and me believe that, and if I got this wrong, please let me know. I don't moralize sex crimes the way that other people do. I don't agree.
Oh!
I don't agree that there's a guy in prison who killed 10 people who thinks that he is a better person because oh, look at that kick. Oh, what? Oh my
Nice
God.
stoppage, Herdine. Nice stoppage, Herdine. That dude was getting wrecked. But
No. That was on another level of getting wrecked.
I fucking told you.
I've never seen a guy that big basically tap to strikes.
He's still down.
Did you see how he tried to stomp his shoulder?
Illegal.
Huh? No, it wasn't illegal. When he kicked him in the belly.
Down, you don't see. Oh, I thought I heard the word illegal.
No, it was legal.
But no, I completely
All right,
agree
so the thing is, I don't moralize sex crimes the way other people do. You can't tell me that you are morally superior because you murdered 7 people, but that guy's worse than you because he touched somebody in their lower region. You're both horrible existences. We're not going to do that fucking moral superiority thing, which is why I got pissed off with so many people saying, well, you need to free Cain Velasquez. Cain Velasquez shot somebody that wasn't his target. Then he put everybody's life at risk. Now, if the other guy would have simply just killed the little girl, I doubt Cain Velasquez would have went off like that. But because it was just one particular kind of crime, then that means that you get carte blanche to do anything you want to do because you're upset. That's insane to me.
You don't have kids, right?
No, I don't have kids.
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
but for me, I grew up and I had to explain this to people. I grew up to a family, an extended family. Almost all of them were assaulted as children in that way. Almost all of them were SA'd as kids. That's how I grew up. I grew up to a family that had that kind of trauma on both sides of the family. That's where I come from. So I have a special vantage point of what it is, to the point where, those SA crimes against kids is not just a concept where people are like, oh my God, this is so terrible. But for you, it's a concept. For me, it was a reality. I had to live underneath the reality of people that went through that on both sides. Both of my parents were raped as kids. Both of them.
That's a good point.
Okay. So for people, they're like, they do like this reverse, they do this reverse romanticizing of the crime, but there are people that actually live with it. So from my vantage point, if I had the choice to be SA'd or murdered, if you need to touch my wing, go on ahead. But I'd rather live. I'd rather live, right? I'd rather live. That's why I'd just rather live. Right. But the thing is, I wasn't SA'd as a kid, but I was nearly killed by my grandfather and my father with their bare hands. I still have a scar on my asshole from where my grandfather burned me with a lighter when I was 3 months old. I still have that scar because he was on crack cocaine and thought I was playing with my devil. That's where the fuck I come from. So if I have the choice, somebody grab my Bozak or puts me in the fucking ground, I'll take the Bozak touching. And I can tell you from experience, the kind of physical abuse that I suffered as a kid, the kind of emotional abuse that I suffered as a kid, I would rather take if I had to do it all over again, and I had a choice between that and being taken off this planet, I'd rather go through that all over again. Because I still have the chance to regain my life, right? I still have that opportunity. I mean, look at what I've done with my life in just the last year and a half.
Do you think that it would be, or let me put it this way, would you feel comfortable making this argument to an SA victim who would disagree with your stance and say, no, I would rather be dead than.
No, if they told me they would rather be dead, then I would honor that. I'm not one of these anti-self-termination guys. I think that everybody should have the right to do with themselves what they wish. I'm an anti-drug guy. But you wouldn't know that by how I talk to you, right? Because I believe in your right to do with yourself what you choose to do. But for me, that extends across the board. But back to Cain Velasquez, right? If I've actually had to ask people, well, he shot somebody that didn't do any of those things to that girl, right? You think that that's acceptable. You want Cain Velasquez freed,
Absolutely.
Not you.
No.
You. I'm talking about people who argued the point with me, right? So then I had to ask them this question. Okay, if you think what Cain Velasquez did and the outcome exactly the way it is, right? You think that what he did was the right thing and you think he should not face punishment. Then my question to you then becomes, how many people is acceptable for you in your view? How many people is acceptable for him to have put in danger and maybe even shot? Is it okay if he would have killed that other person? And if that's okay, how many innocent people is it okay to maim, injure, kill in the pursuit of an SA, someone accused of SA, right? Because remember, the guy has not been convicted. We don't even know if we don't even know.
No. He was convicted.
No. He's going to go to trial. The guy is about to go to trial.
We're talking about Cain, or are we talking about
It's about the guy that he was shooting at. That guy's about to go to trial.
No.
He's been charged. And he was out on bail when Cain went after him.
That's right.
Right? So we don't even know if the accusations are true. But you think because the guy was accused, it was okay to put everybody else's life in danger, right?
You got to let me get in.
I know. So I asked him this question. He put all these lives in danger. He even shot the wrong person. Then I got to ask you, how many people is it acceptable? Because you put so much special energy on this crime. How many people is it acceptable for him to put in danger because it was this kind of crime?
Because I don't believe that is exactly the sentiment that a lot of people are.
No, that was the people were telling me. That was about the people I was arguing with.
Well, okay. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, people have bad taste. Like,
but I have to ask the question though.
So, and that's a valid question, and I don't think like them, so I don't know what they would tell you.
Right.
But, so in the same way that we would say a peaceful protest, a peaceful political protest.
Okay.
Perfectly.
I like these guys so much. Sadiq and Caceres, I like these guys so much.
I was following Caceres when he was on The Ultimate Fighter, and he was my guy, but he's been such a fucking journeyman since.
Yeah.
I love his style.
But Sadiq, I'm a little bit disappointed in him because he should be more impressive than he's been.
So both of them.
Yes, but I like both of these guys, even though they're not, dominant winners. I like both of these guys. But anyway, you were making a point. Sorry, I saw them like, oh, we got this fight coming up.
So, yeah, I can't speak for anybody saying no. What Cain did is totally fine. But what I think the general sentiment among people who are expressing the free Cain sentiment are not necessarily saying Cain did absolutely nothing wrong. What they're saying is when you look at the totality of the situation and the severity of what the guy did and the way the courts treated him very favorably, and then you say we don't even know this. fair. We don't have a legal thing, but you know your own family, and if you're a son or a daughter or whoever tells you this thing, and then it's found that the same guy has hundreds of complaints of other things, then even if you can't say, well, scientifically, I don't know, this is your own offspring that you're talking about, and whether you're that's speculation whether Cain would have acted the same way if he had killed.
It's also speculation on the alleged acts as well, because, like I said, I have family.
That's a stretch. That's not the same.
I have family who've been SA'd, and I can tell you that just the language used in the accusation doesn't add up.
Hold on. There are two. You can't bring charges against somebody on sheer speculation. Correct? You have to have some you have to have some cause in order to issue a warrant for somebody's arrest. Not
necessarily. If is usually if a woman or a child makes an accusation, they're bringing the charges. And proof or not, they're bringing the charges.
Fine, but we're talking about being arrested and not being arrested, and this man was arrested and charged. So has he been found guilty? No, but he was charged.
Another thing that you have to also accept too is that they thought it was okay to let him out on bail.
Brother, you're going on like fucking these huge tangents, and I'm trying to keep it all in my head, and then you're interrupting me. It's so long. You gotta let me get it out. From Cain's perspective, there's no reason to think that he's going off a hunch. In his mind, he knows what he knows. I think that is fair.
Yes.
That doesn't make it legally make it legally or morally okay, but it does make it understandable. And I agree with Blind Bat. I don't agree with the people who are saying just let Cain go free. However, the point that he's being held without bail when there was a very serious situation. Specifically,
is it your position? Is this your position you're saying, or are you saying this is what people are telling you, or what you've seen?
This is my position.
Oh, okay.
That because of the degree and type of the crime and the fact that it has to do with his children, not necessarily what with his children. I'm not making that distinction. You are, but I'm not. And I don't think it's fair for either of us to make that distinction because we don't have kids. So, but I do put a lot of weight on the point that you said that people who have kids, it's very it's theoretical. Mm-hmm. And I mean, if you say, I personally haven't experienced that. You said you haven't personally experienced that. Technically, it's still theoretical to us as well. But to you, Do you have
experience with abuse?
I'm not.
I have extensive experience with extreme abuse.
Right, but I'm saying specifically with SA. So but obviously, you talked about your proximity to it. I'm just saying, I'm just talking us personally. You and I are the only ones talking here. Yeah. So I don't think that there may be some people that you have talked to, sure, but I don't think the majority of people who are expressing empathy for Cain are saying he didn't do anything wrong. I think they're saying it's understandable that he did something wrong, that he did do something wrong, and it was wrong, but it's understandable.
Well, I'm going to tell you the three things that I've seen. There's three distinct things that I've seen. Okay. The least amount of people, right? The least amount of people is the people saying the reasonable thing you just said. Well, I get it. It's wrong what he did. I get it. But it's wrong what he did. That's the least amount of people. The second most people that I've seen.
And I'm not.
The second most people. The second most people are saying, I get it, but he must pay a penalty because of the recklessness of what he did, right? But the most thing that I've seen, the most arguments that I've seen is he should get a pass because of the reason why.
So what if they hold the sentencing based on the verdict of the guy? And if the verdict of the guy comes to be guilty under the law, then at no point was Kane under the wrong impression, right? We can agree on that?
Yes.
So what if they hold off on sentencing Kane until they
Well, he's got to go through a trial first. I think the other trial guy's going to finish first.
Like, and he's got no bail, so he's going to be in there. But so let's say that this guy is convicted of doing what he's accused of.
Right.
Does that, or how does that change things in your mind?
It doesn't. So it's like whenever you hear an unarmed black person's killed by police, right? Then after the fact, people say, well, he had a criminal history. It turns out that there was a gun in the glove box. It turns out that he dreamed when he was 7 years old about, killing, the Joker in the Batman series. But what I have to keep reminding people is that the cop that shot that guy did not know that at the time. So we have to keep the facts as they are.
That's what I
at the time that the crime was committed.
That's what I base these things.
Right. So the thing is that the man has been accused, but he has not been proven to be guilty. He has not proven to be guilty. Now, the one thing that would change my position, there's one thing that would change my position, just one scenario.
What's that?
If the guy is found by a jury of his peers to be not guilty, right? And there is definitive proof in the mind of Kane that this actually did happen, and Kane is willing to spend the rest of his life in prison, go get him.
Wait, I don't know.
Because guys get found not guilty because a lack of evidence or some technicality or some weird shit, right?
So if guy really the guy really didn't do it.
No, the guy was found to be not guilty, but he really did do it, and Kane absolutely knew that he did. Then you get one of these Batman, DC comic style miscarriages of justice, and then he goes after him. I would probably be saying, yo, free Kane, right? I'd probably be among those people saying that.
I think a lot of what I've heard is the fact that,
and that's a good point, Blind Bat. He wasn't acting off of evidence. He was acting off of emotions.
This directly addresses that because the whole Kane was the one who went to the police in the first place and got this guy charged. And if you are accused of these crimes, then I don't think you should be getting out on bail.
Why? Why?
So that you don't do that to more kids. You are a danger to society. Which one of those men do you really think is a danger to society unprovoked? One of them got no bail, and one of them is out on the street. And which one of those?
I think the guy that put thousands of people's lives in danger in an 11-mile high-speed chase, firing a gun without discipline out the side of his window. Yeah, that guy.
So he just did that out of nowhere, right?
It doesn't really matter. If you're willing to do these kinds of things, it doesn't really matter.
I'm asking you not from a legal standpoint. I'm asking you from a...
You're frozen. We're going to go back to Carmen Sandiegos. We're going to put this up here until he's unfrozen. Right now, we've got Sadiq Youssef against the cage with... all right, there we go.
If we're both frozen, then it has to be your shit, no?
No, I think it's you.
If I'm frozen, then my shit would be frozen. You're the one hosting the stream. The stream would still be going. I would just be frozen.
No, the stream still is going. It's just that I didn't move. I didn't move a muscle.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I didn't move a muscle. Everything is still. You see, the ticker is still moving, right? Ticker's still moving.
I don't know. I got everything.
Yeah, my thing is that a guy that is that emotional and is willing to put thousands of people's lives in danger of his emotions, I'm more scared of that guy.
I think that's
I'm less scared of the guy that knows that he's under extreme scrutiny by the government.
You're more scared of the guy who is reacting to his daughter being SA'd than the guy who SA'd his daughter?
Yes. Because if he would have caught that man and GMP'd him, I would not be afraid of him at all. But now I know the lengths. Now I know the lengths that he's willing to go.
That seems like
and that's what scares me.
That seems like the exact argument that you're making against parents, it being theoretical. That you said, well, it would be different if.
But it's not theoretical because we saw what he did. Like we actually saw what he did.
But to act as if that is any more reasonable or practical is theoretical. You don't know what it's like to be in that state of mind. Just like the parents of kids.
No, but I'm not judging him for a state of mind. I'm not judging him for a state of mind. You're putting him in there without bail to protect the rest of society. You're not doing it because you think he's worse than the other guy. I think the other guy's worse than him. I think the other guy's worse than him.
Society is not at risk because the rest of society is not charged with abusing his daughter.
And that's why you keep him in prison, because he was willing to kill the rest of society because one person is accused of touching his daughter. That's why you keep him in there.
That's a stretch. He wasn't.
It's not a stretch because he was doing a high-speed chase for 11 miles, shooting a gun out of his car.
High-speed chase. What do you drive?
Huh?
How fast was he going? Because I don't know.
No, they said it was a high-speed chase over 11 miles.
I'm asking you over what?
11 miles.
Oh no, but I'm saying how what is high speed?
High speed is whatever is unsafe for the road conditions and where you are. He was going through residential streets at a high speed could be 40 in a residential street. It could be 90 on a highway.
So you would agree with the fact that you were being reckless driving for your car 40 miles an hour anywhere?
No.
Control your car at 40 miles an hour?
No, it said depends. If he was in a residential street, high speed would be 40 miles. If it was on a highway, it'd be 90.
That's not the question that I asked you. I can easily go 40 miles an hour in a neighborhood and not and completely control my car. I understand that's not the rules of the road, but at no point
there's a reason why it's the rules of the road.
There is no condition, rain, sleet, snow, or otherwise, that going 40 miles an hour, I'm going to lose control of my car.
No, but it's not about losing control of your car. The conditions of the road could be the status of the road. Going through a school zone. The conditions for going through a school zone is always bad. No matter rain, shine, whatever. It's always bad doing 40 in the school zone. And it's not about controlling your car.
I feel like you're taking the position against a position that I'm not taking.
No, but it's not. No, but I mean, you're asking me very direct questions. So I'm not saying that that's your position, but you're asking me, okay, are you more afraid of the guy that put thousands of people's lives in danger or touched a little girl? I'm more afraid of the guy that put thousands of lives in danger than the one that touched a little girl. Okay. For one reason. For one reason. For only one
little girl.
No, for one reason. Because of the scrutiny, and this is what the judge that sets the bail, the judge has to look, what is the likelihood that this offender will reoffend before trial?
Exactly. And so if nobody
and that is far and away.
If nobody essays his daughter, what is the chance of it? Has he ever done this before? No, he hasn't, because nobody essayed his daughter. And then somebody essayed his daughter and they let him out on some shitty bail. And then he did something.
And do you know what the judge said? Because that guy is still out on bail because he did not violate the terms of his release, his conditional release. He has not violated that. Right. If we let Kane out, he's going to try to kill him again. That's what the judge said.
Yeah, I'm not okay.
So the likelihood of reoffending is higher on Kane's side than the accused.
I'm not talking about the legal shit, and I'm not talking about.
But you asked me who I'm more afraid of. I'm more afraid of the guy that is more likely to try to kill somebody.
You're not a little girl, so obviously a guy who essays little girls is not going to be very scary to you. But that's really not the spirit of the question. The spirit of the question is, who is a bigger detriment to society? The guy who is arguably protecting his daughter, or the guy
who is a bigger detriment,
who has 100 counts of abusing children?
But the thing is, we don't know about any 100 counts because he's not charged with 100
Legally
counts.
we don't, but
And remember, it was said about him
and
that
Epstein
he
killed himself,
essayed the child over 100
Epstein
times.
killed himself, right?
Huh?
And Epstein killed himself, right?
No, we already know. Like my clan tag in IW is EDKH.
How do you know? That's what the official legal shit says. So how do you know?
Because the evidence does not support him killing himself. The physical evidence doesn't support that.
Okay, but that's what the legal. So
I don't give a fuck what the legal said. I know that the forensics don't match what they said happened.
Okay, so then we're saying there is a set of data that would have our opinion deviate from what is the correct legal decision.
Right.
Morality, right.
But we also know you're innocent until proven guilty. We also know that too.
Again,
and we also know that Kane never witnessed any of this stuff.
So you'd be fine.
So for him, it's always going to be speculation because he doesn't actually know.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. I don't want to get.
If Kane caught him in the act, kill him right there.
I hear you, bro. I understand what Kane did was wrong. I'm not saying it wasn't.
But you're asking me who I think is the bigger burden on society.
In the same way that it's understandable that you hold a peaceful protest and block a highway, but that you should still get arrested for that because it's illegal, it's still understandable that you protested.
Yeah, me and you both agree on that. I said
same thing goes for
but that's not the question you asked me. But that's not the question you asked me. You said, who is the bigger issue for society?
Fine. And I disagree with you on that point. But my point is that I'm treating the Kane situation the same as a peaceful protester situation, where I believe that if you break the law, you should deal with the ramifications of the law.
Right. And that's my only thing. That's the only point I'm making.
Okay. And then that's not the end of the conversation, though, because other people agree with that and then are saying, however, I am very empathetic to Kane because of
and I am too. Yes.
So that's.
But when you ask me, who do you think should get the bail revoked? I'm still going to say Kane.
Yeah, I know who you're talking to who's only just saying like, nah, Kane's good. Fuck him.
Oh no, I know you're not making that point. But you asked me directly who I was more afraid of in society. Who is the bigger burden on society right here, right now? And if I had to make a choice, I have to say it's Kane.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
And why is that ridiculous?
Because one person was unprovoked abusing children, allegedly.
But that's not why you set bail. That is not the parameters for how bail is set.
I didn't say. When did I say bail? I said who is a bigger detriment to society. I didn't say anything about bail.
Oh well, I still think it's Kane.
Unprovoked.
I still think it's Kane.
Young children. And one is overreacting with vigilantism to this man abusing many, 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 many children, supposedly.
Again, but the thing is, dude, we don't even know if the guy did any of those things.
We don't. But
and neither did Kane.
This man's child looked him in the face and told him what the fuck was good.
Kids lie every day.
So
Kids lie every day. You know how I know? Because I was a kid who used to lie every day.
You lied about SA? Did you know enough about SA?
Kids don't know the fucking difference. They don't know the gravity of SA.
100 kids are lying about the same guy doing the same thing?
I don't know that, which is why I need to find out in the court of law.
Okay, then you need.
I don't need the guy killed before he goes to trial.
No. There's many complaints against this guy.
Yo, there's a lot of complaints about a lot of stuff, but until we actually find out.
So you're cool with Epstein? He was never convicted. You're cool with him? We don't know.
No, actually, he pleaded out. He pleaded out 13 years ago. He actually pleaded out in a secret trial that nobody knew about, which is ridiculous.
So you were not against Weinstein until he went to court. You weren't against Bill Cosby until he went to court.
Well, Bill Cosby admitted to some of the things he did.
You weren't against. I mean, come on, dude. Yeah,
he admitted to what he did.
You understand the point I'm getting at?
No, I don't, because you're using bad examples.
Okay, the point I'm getting at is that there are certain things that maybe legally that we can't say for sure, but that we all know.
But we don't all know in Kane's case. We don't.
That's not what I said. Do we agree that there are some cases, because that is the question, is this one of those cases? But there are some cases where we know people, this is probably going to go sideways, but OJ.
Are you frozen? I was about to say, are you frozen again?
He did it, but he got off. So
what was the guy's name? He killed that guy. What was the guy's name that he killed?
Blonde dude.
Yeah. He killed Anna Nicole Smith and Ronald Brown, right? If any one of the family members of them killed OJ, I would be saying free that family member.
Nicole Goldman, not Anna Nicole Smith.
Anna Nicole, no. It was Nicole Brown Simpson. And the dude's name was Ronald Goldman?
Yeah, Ron Goldman.
Ronald Goldman. And the only reason why I remember that is because of the funny ass way Eminem said that in that rap song many years ago. I slit your motherfucking throat worse than Ron Goldman. So when you see me on your block with 2 Glocks screaming "fuck the world" like Tupac, right? But the thing is, again, the difference between how you read the situation and how I read it is that you have, based upon your anti-romanticism of that particular crime, you put heavier emphasis on it because of the type of crime. For me, because I know
on what?
On SA, you put a heavier moral impact on it, and that's why you think that guy is worse than Kane, right? For me, who has experience, and I come from SA victims.
Hold on. You can't ask me.
I don't moralize it the same way you do.
Hold on. You can't say right and then not let me correct you, because I don't. I disagree that it's because of and maybe this isn't what you're saying, but what I understood you were saying is that how we were talking about how some people say that this SA crime is, especially with children, is in such a different category. And that we disagree with that, and now you're saying that because of that, because I agree with that, that's why I'm empathizing with Kane, and that is not the case. No.
That's not that you're empathizing with Kane. That you think that guy is the greater risk to society because you put extra emphasis on that type of crime.
Because 1, it was unsolicited, and 2, it was more victims, and 3 of the victims were children.
But we don't even know. We haven't proven that there are actually victims yet. We need to actually go there first. But we know that Kane actually did what he did.
Fine. So let's say we don't know. So then let's say the verdict comes out and the guy did it. Then my
opinion of who is the greater, then it would be more of a, I'd have to think about that.
Okay,
because now
I am operating under the assumption that Kane
he raped a bunch of kids.
Not going to go and do this to his life without a reason.
But Sadiq is picking that leg up off the floor.
What?
Sadiq? He's getting that head kick up there. He's getting it up there.
I missed this whole fight. I'm gonna watch it again tomorrow. But what did I just say? Were you so?
No, you were talking about the impact. Like we're gonna operate as if we know that he did it. We're gonna assume he's guilty.
On the fact that I have a parasocial relationship with Kane to the degree, and people around Kane. And I admit that it's parasocial. Obviously, know that I exist, but I have a strong enough parasocial relationship with Kane to trust that he is not the kind of person that would do what he did without strong enough reasoning after already having gone to the police and gone through all the right channels. That is and I admit that I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I strongly disagree with you because I think that almost everybody will react the exact same way under those circumstances.
Even if that was the case, and Kane, the only thing that would change things for me is if that Kane knew the dude didn't do anything. That would be really screwy because now Kane's just some guy going after people.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. That's why I didn't even entertain that.
I'm not putting SA. You made the claim that if it was if he killed the girl, that Kane would have a.
Or if he just slapped the girl in the face. Let's just say he just pimp slapped the shit out of her, and that was it.
That's not what you said, because that wouldn't even be measurable. So we're talking about SA or murder. Those are the ones that are arguably people could decide one is worse than the other. So, and you made the claim that
right. Yes.
You bet that if it was the latter, that Kane wouldn't have done that. And I disagree. I think that no matter what, if this guy had done anything to that level, to this child, that Kane would have reacted that way. Because what his first reaction was to go through the legal channels, get this guy arrested, and not physically engage him. And when that didn't turn out the way he wanted, which is, you don't always get what you want, but the fact is it didn't turn out the way he wanted. And he took things into his own hands, for better or worse, but completely understandably. That's my position.
Well, I'm going to tell you my observations of society at large, greater society. We don't put the killers of children in the same class as the SA abusers of children. We don't weigh it the same. We just don't.
Since the first time I ever understood that pedos or whatever were treated so much worse in jail, I was like, y'all motherfuckers are the one taking out on this. Like, you just you're good.
You're the moral police.
You're good, but you're
a lifer in prison.
That was always my position.
Yeah.
And
that is my position to this day. Like, who are you to be the moral authority? You're an inmate too.
Now, fine. If you're a drug offender and you're talking about pedos, fine. Yeah, I'm with you. Because I'm a drug offender.
All right, so I got to ask you this: What about those super rich billionaires that helped the tens of thousands of deaths during the opioid epidemic? Because they're drug dealers too. Do you put them in the same?
Well, I put that. I mean, you have to remember that with everything, things come down to a more personal level to me. So unless you were, so for me personally, somebody who knowingly got into the drugs recreationally, I can't have an unbiased view of it.
But a lot of those people got sucked in through injuries and all that other kind of stuff.
For those people, I think the lack of information that was given to those people with those drugs was absolutely irresponsible.
But it was by design.
Yes.
They did that shit on purpose.
Right. But and which is horrible, and absolutely there's no excuse for that, and they caused an opioid crisis. Yes. But I am happy to say, as an opioid replacement addict,
what the fuck is that?
Kratom.
What was that?
Kratom.
What the fuck is that? And that's what's in that bottle? Bottle?
It's a plant from the coffee family that like tricks your fucking receptors to think that it's the same kind of shit, but you don't really get high, and it's a whole,
because it's not a real opioid.
It's not an opioid. It's some plant from the coffee family, but it a lot of people use it.
Is it like what people said about cannabis users, that they were less likely to get fucked up by the Rona because there's something about the ACE2 receptors and the marijuana that makes it harder for the virus to interface with the ACE2 receptors?
I don't know, but it makes sense. My position was that weed smokers just in general have a better immune system because we'd be passing blunts around with strangers.
Yo, that shit on your lip, got some shit on its lip. You gotta pass the blunt over the Indian guy in the middle.
Why are you passing dutchy? I want to smoke a movie.
Nah, because that dude had that fucking herpes on his lip.
Yo, that herpes on your lip got some herpes on his lip.
Oh shit.
All right, I got
Redman said, yo, that shit on your lip got some shit on its lip.
I want money. I said, shit, me too. All right, I gotta piss, and then I want I want you to hear your most raw position against drugs.
Okay. Tom Aspinall. If he does what he's supposed to do, you're going to need some aspirin.
Next week, it's no time for the 11th ranked Tom Aspinall, who can get himself really in the mix in the heavyweight division.
Arnold Allen and Dan Hooker. Oh my God.
Oh wait,
That fight is going to be a contender for fight of the year.
Volkov and Aspinall. Which fight? Which fight you talking about?
Arnold Allen and Dan Hooker.
Oh, word. I think both of
That's
those.
going to be a contender for fight of the year.
Volkov is a fucking gangster. I think.
But remember, he did beat the shit out of Derek Lewis for 24 minutes and 32 seconds and get knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, but that's just Derek Lewis for you. They don't say shit about.
Yeah. But the thing is, me and iDry, we both agree. We both agree on it. Like, but what I'm saying is that people accused of SA, they put them in a different category than all other violent crime.
Well,
And it's an
Blind Bat,
arbitrary
your
moral.
father. You're Blind Bat. You're a father, correct? So I mean, where we need a parent. We need a parent's input with understanding the point that Dr. Eugenius made about parents having this. I think you used the word reverse romanticize, which I really like.
Yeah.
The idea of, if that anything happened to my kid, I would just blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I'm like, yo, you come after, like, if a kid bullies my kid, like you just said, a kid bullies my kid at school, I'm going to school to fuck them up. That's why I can't have kids, because I'm in there. Like, 3:00 after school, it's gonna be me versus you, not you and my kid.
That's right, but why is that okay?
And is that the wrong approach? Absolutely.
But right,
And I know it's wrong.
We agree with that. But we don't we also agree that that's the reasonable approach?
No, it's not reasonable, which is why it's wrong.
I disagree.
It's understandable, but it's not reasonable. If a kid bullies my kid, the answer is not me to go beat up the bully myself.
5 seconds of silence to determine if there's a real difference between reasonable and understandable in this case, or if you're just splitting hairs to be a dick. I think you're just splitting hairs to be a dick.
No, the reason. All right, if it's not reasonable,
and
because a kid fighting an adult is not reasonable. But when that kid harms the child of that adult, you can understand why, even though it is never reasonable for there to be a fight between an adult and a kid. But you can understand why, because they will always want to protect their kids from any kind of danger. They're not trying to see nobody come towards them.
I don't know.
But you also got to let your kid face the bullies. You have to.
I'm using understandable and reasonable interchangeably.
In a different way. Interchangeably, no, but it is different.
I'll take your point. I'll concede that.
You know a good example? Cain Velasquez, okay? Understandable, but unreasonable.
And that's where we disagree, because I think it's both. I think it's understandable and reasonable.
It is not reasonable to put thousands of people's lives in danger. If he would have GMP'd him, if he would have got into a mount, then me and you would agree. We would agree 100% if he would have caught that guy and put him in mount.
But you're saying thousands of people based on the
car chase and the shooting out of the car, emptying his clip on a public road.
But did you?
That's not a reasonable response.
It's not a. I don't know.
There is no reasonable reason for anybody to be driving any speed, just shooting their gun out of a car. This ain't the movies. It's never reasonable. But in Kane's situation is understandable because he heard that this guy did blah, blah, blah to his kid or his niece or whatever. So it's understandable, but that ain't the reasonable way to go about it. Now, if he would have got him in full mount, put him in a crucifix, and kept elbowing him until his skull turned into dust, I would say that is both understandable and reasonable.
All right. I'll give you that. I concede.
Because he's shooting his gun. Let me tell you a story, right? Let me tell you a story, right? Back in 2019, I was almost killed in 2019. So I was living in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn at the time, right? And Coheed and Cambria was playing in Coney Island. I knew he was gonna like that. I knew he was gonna like that part, right? Coheed and Cambria is playing in Are you yelling at your dog? You're yelling at your dog.
He's sitting there fucking staring at me, and he knows he's not supposed to touch the computer. So I'm like, come on, come over here.
So Coheed and Cambria is playing on a Friday night in Coney Island, right?
Wait, hold up, fuck up. Marlon Moraes is fighting right now?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but he's not the same fighter he was 2 years ago.
In Brooklyn?
He's gotten the luster, the star, the shine knocked out of him on like 2 or 3 fights in a row. He's been getting beat the fuck up.
He needs this.
I hope he can do something in this fight because I don't want to see him go away because he was a top contender. Mm-hmm. But that dude has been getting knocked the whole fuck out for like 2020, 2021. So, but anyway, so it's a Friday night, right? I'm supposed to meet the ladies over at Coney Island to go see Coheed and Cambria play, right? I go to drive down Broadway in Brooklyn, which is underneath the elevated train. And because it's only one lane in both directions and there's a fucking train there and it's a major thoroughfare, the traffic's not moving anywhere, right? So I take the first right-hand turn I can take off Broadway and I'll turn onto near Mother Gaston Boulevard, right? So I'm driving my black Mercedes at the time, right? And I don't know what neighborhood I'm in.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what neighborhood I'm in, right? And so I think that I can drive straight, but you can't. They force you to make a turn. So I had to make this weird fucking left hand and then 2 right hand turns to get where I'm going, right? So I make a right hand turn and I drive down the block and then I go to get on the main thoroughfare making the left hand turn, right? As I make the left hand turn, right, after hitting a stop sign and making the left hand turn, I go to drive up the street, right? I did not know that someone was chasing somebody down the street on foot, shooting at him. And I came within 5 feet of having those bullets go through my windshield. Oh, by the way, the guy that he was chasing, I watched that guy, and he was a fat boy too. I've never seen a fat kid run that fast. Okay? Not only did the fat kid get away with his life, the shots that were being fired at him hit 3 other people down the block. 3 people were hit by this guy, and none of them was the target that he was trying to hit.
What were the circumstances of that shooting? Why was that shooter shooting at that?
But for me, it would not have mattered because I would have been just as dead if those bullets come through my windshield. It would not matter why he was shooting at that guy. It would not matter because I'd be just as fucking dead.
Fair enough. However,
and I don't think my family would care.
Okay, fair enough. However, would you be willing to say the same thing if somebody else died and somebody in your family was essayed by the same dude? It's like, well, the guy's still dead, but we tried.
I don't get the question you're asking.
You're assuming that the situation that you experienced and the Kane situation are analogous.
They are analogous because you didn't even hit your fucking target and you put everybody else's life in danger. And if they die,
right,
it would not matter why you were shooting at them
agree with you.
because you did not hit your target.
I agree with you. I agree with you. However, would you disagree that
See, this is that shit I'm talking about with Marlon Moraes.
what shit you're talking about? Oh!
Yo, Mrs. Evil is really lucky because she missed out on all the dong comments, all the dong jokes. Because right now, Song is donging this guy. Pause.
Yo.
And you know what? Blind Bab makes a really good comment here because this is also something that I thought about. Kane will not be able to protect his daughter ever again. He will never be able to protect her again for the rest of his life now because of the way that he went about it.
I mean, I think that's extreme the rest of his life. I don't think he's going to be put away for life. But
No, his life. The charges, the 10 charges the 10 felonies that they leveled against him.
well, that
I think he dies in prison.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. That's
Because he's already over age 40.
That's a stretch. How much fucking time did Derek Chauvin get? Like, motherfucker's not.
You got 25 years.
He's not going to get life.
Derek Chauvin got 25 years, and I doubt that he's gonna walk free. I think he dies before his jail sentence ends.
Means he'll be out in fucking 17. But that's a stretch to say that he's gonna.
Oh, see, I told you.
Thank you for ruining whatever's about to happen right now. Song your dong is a problem.
The song "Dongs for Thee." I think that's the end of Marlon Moraes in the UFC.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I like Song Yadong. I like the fact that he does what he does.
Moraes, he fought for the title 2 fucking fights ago.
No, he didn't. Not Moraes. Moraes fought, I think, like 4 or 5 fights ago, but he's gotten knocked out, I think, 3 or 4 times in a row now. And they just shutting his lights off now. His lights are getting shut off consistently now.
Fucking Jersey guy, dude. Yeah.
Damn, man.
Well, okay.
I think they're gonna release him.
Hold on. That's 4 in a row, but his last win was Jose Aldo.
But he is not losing by decision. He's getting his lights switched off every time. He's not even losing by TKO. He's getting the light shut off every time now.
I'm looking at the record. We got.
I hate to see this, man, because Marlon Moraes is a real man. He's a real fighter, you know?
So we got his last win was Jose Aldo, but he lost here. TKO.
Remember, Corey Sandhagen almost killed him. Do you remember that fucking flying knee he hit him with?
Another TKO. So
and Rob Font doesn't knock anybody out. Rob Font doesn't knock anybody out. And he starched him.
Not looking good.
I love Rob Font. I'm not dissing Rob Font. I love Rob Font. But he ain't starching people. Moraes is getting his lights shut off every fight now.
Feather. Or it's bantam or feather, bantamweight. So I mean, I don't know. There's a lot going on at bantamweight. I feel like they might.
They're going to cut his contract.
I don't know. I feel like there's
Dana has seen him get his lights switched off 4 fights in a row. He's going to do it just to protect them. How much you want to bet Dana in the post game, in the post conference? He's going to say, I'd like to see Marlon Moraes retire. I hope he doesn't fight again.
You won't stay on to watch it.
I bet you that's what he says.
You won't stay on here to watch it.
Oh no, I'm not going to stay on, but I am going to watch. I am going to watch after. And I know we're going to go back and forth with it in the DMs on Twitter, right? And the thing is, I like Song Yadong. I like him, right? He can't. But Moraes cannot take another light switch. He can't take another one.
Thing though, because Marlon Moraes is a name. He's been in main events, and I think he can't like his title.
Brain injury, CTE.
All right, but his title aspirations are done. But Song Yudong is number 14. So if Mirage is willing to be a journeyman and just be a name to build the younger guys, he could definitely stick around. They need people like that who have names. And I'm getting insulted at your gesture right now.
I'm sorry. I think that Dana White, his morals are about as low as anybody we know, but even he does not care about Marlon Moraes' name. He saw his lights get switched off 4 times in a row and is going to do everything that he can to protect his brain.
So even though Dana's white morality has nothing to do with the business that he's supposed to run for his work, the fact is that knockouts sell. So if you could put Marlon Moraes versus the up and coming bantamweight guy and get Marlon Moraes knocked the fuck out, that is good money. So even on your own point that Dana White is evil, that's a reason to keep Marlon Moraes around.
No. If Marlon Moraes had 2 knockout losses in a row, then you do that. Not after 4. You have to protect the man's brain. You don't want his life being significantly shortened off the back end.
You just said Dana don't give a fuck.
And even he will say, I'd like to see this guy retire. I'm telling you, he's going to say that. I'm telling you. He's seen enough of Marlon Moraes getting knocked the holy fuck out. He's seen enough.
So we believe everything Dana White says now. Is that what we're doing?
I believe he's going to cut his contract. I think Marlon Moraes gets released after this fight.
With the main event already? Right. So then
I think it's over. It's over.
So then, okay. Before we go, I didn't know that you had this strong stance, and I am an open enough individual. I think
A strong stance on what?
I'm still talking. If you let me get to the end of the sentence, you might find out. You had this stance on drugs, and I thought maybe it just wasn't for you. But you made a comment about how you're more anti-drugs.
Oh, I'm extremely anti-drug.
So
yeah.
Why is that?
Because from a tactical standpoint,
Wait, before you go, is why the right question? Because I just want to get an idea of where you're coming from. Is why the right question?
what are the other questions? What are the other question options?
I mean, like,
You said why? Is that the right question? But then it's like, okay, then what are the other possible questions?
because of personal experience or whatever.
Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Personal experience probably does have a lot to do with that.
Okay, so yeah, why?
Yeah. So I'm very anti-drug because, how do I put this?
I'm sorry again to interrupt you, but when you say anti-drug, you mean anti-anybody using drugs, not you.
I'm anti-drugs existing.
Okay.
Okay. Because remember, I said that people should have the right to put into their body or to do with their body whatever they wish. Right?
Yeah.
In most municipalities, attempting of self-termination is a crime. They can lock you up for attempting to murder yourself. Right? I don't agree with that. But you probably want to know what is the difference between me believing that people should be allowed to do any drug they want while also being anti-drug. Right? So from a tactical standpoint, I believe that from not only my experience, but also my observations, when people take drugs, they're trying to solve a real life problem with a chemical. So for me, when I look at life,
I'm doing this because it's time and I'm not being a dick.
That's right. So in my observation of life, from my perspective, right, I've been given a lot of opportunities to take the chemical way out of my issues. But I also know that I would never get past those issues if I took the chemical way out, because the chemicals don't solve the problems that led to the problems in the first place.
How?
So
How do you know that?
Because you cannot solve bad things happening to you in life with drugs. You have to solve it by less bad things happening to you in life. That's how you solve that.
Where's the evidence for that? I would disagree with that.
It's in plain fucking logic. If the bad things are not happening to you, you don't have to try to escape from it. So when your body sends you pain signals, it's not something that is meant to be masked with a chemical. Your brain is telling you with the pain signal that something needs to change. Something's not right, and we need to address the problem. What we've done in society is that we take a problem and we say, okay, how do we get the alarm to shut the fuck up? Instead of, it would be like if you have a smoke detector, right?
Come on, can I take that point? Because I get your point. I don't really need an example. I'm going to lose my train of thought. So,
Okay.
You're making a claim, and again, I come back to this word arbitrary. You're saying, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to steel man you, so correct me if I'm wrong. But you're saying that if there is a problem in your life, that a drug is not the answer.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
So I'm going to use the analogy of the smoke detector.
Let me more specifically. What experience do you have with the spectrum of problems that people experience that would let you understand?
I have a lot of experience with a lot of bad things that's happened to me. A lot. From when I was like a small baby all the way up until my adult years. I've had a lot. I've had more than my fair share of problems in life.
I'm asking about you. I'm asking about people. We're talking about people. It's fair enough if you don't want to take drugs.
No, I'm saying you. No, I said it's a tactical thing. I didn't say I'm not moralizing. I said tactical. So I said from my observation and my experience,
okay,
the way to get the pain signal to go away is to address the root of the pain. So
what experience with what pain signal?
I'm talking about emotional pain. I'm talking about physical pain.
So what level? So you have experienced every level and type of physical and emotional pain to know how to solve those?
So I'm going to give you the analogy one more time. I'm going to use the analogy of the smoke detector,
okay.
Right? Everybody hates the sound of the smoke detector. Yes or no?
Not single women. Hey,
but I mean, but I'm not talking about the battery's about to die. I'm talking about the alarm is going off.
Yeah.
How loud is that? And how much does it hurt your ear? Mm-hmm. Right? Now, is the answer to turn the smoke detector off or to extinguish the fire that is making the sound that the detector go off?
Depends. Is there a fire or did I just overcook my meat?
Exactly. Right? So
I don't follow.
Turning off the smoke detector is not the problem. In the case that you overcook your meat, the answer is to open the window. In the case that there's a fire, is either to get the fuck out of there or extinguish the fire. But addressing the alarm is not the problem. It is the conditions that causes the alarm to go off. So that's the basic position. That is the baseline position. I do acknowledge that there are outliers out there where it's like, you're going to need this for that, right? Well, I'm just talking about just from a basic standpoint of the position that I stand in, just basic, right? We can add layers on top of it later because I know you want to, okay? But my basic standpoint is that I need to address the root of problems and not the symptoms of the problems. If I solve the actual problem, the symptoms will go away.
What if the root of the problem is literally a chemical imbalance?
Now, again, I knew you were going to want to put layers on it, and that's when we can discuss that. That's when we get into what can we. But the thing is, because we live in a society that is extremely pleasure-seeking and very averse to adversity, we have taken what you have just reasonably brought up, and we perverted it in a way where we make the pain the problem, and it takes our focus off of what's really important. So what I do in my life is I don't even take aspirins. When I have a headache, I say, my body is sending me a signal. Something needs to change. Something isn't right. My first thing isn't I need to swallow something with some water so it'll go away. My first thing is my body is trying to send me a message. I need to listen to my body and then find out what the issue is. So I've had broken bones, torn ligaments, damaged spine. I almost died in the hospital when I was, how old was I? I was 19. Almost died from an acute infection in the hospital. Some fucking freak shit, right? I've had very many broken bones. Like I told you, I was severely abused, both physically, mentally, emotionally. I've dealt with depression all my life, seasonal depression. It gets even worse the wintertime. Right. So what I've done is that I say, okay, how do I address the root of these problems? And so I go searching for the solution to the problem. And every single time I've done that, the pain goes away. So from my vantage point of the world, the way that I see it, the way I've experienced it, and I've seen people do the opposite of what I've done. And then I look at their outcomes and I say, well, the vast majority of people that solve the problems have good lives. And the vast majority of people that solve the symptoms, they struggle their entire lives. Do I want to struggle my entire life? Or do I want to have a better chance at having a good life for the long term? And as a matter of principle, I avoid painkillers. I avoid medications. If I can at all help it, I will avoid it. Like broken bones, surgeries, I avoid the painkillers. I don't take them because I know that my body is sending me a message. I'm getting an inflammatory response. I'm getting a pain response because there has been severe damage done to my body. You know what I do? I eat the pain. I eat it.
Okay.
And I know that I need to do something different and I need to change something. So from a tactical standpoint, I don't think that doing drugs is effective because it only addresses the symptoms. It doesn't address the root problem. And from a tactical standpoint, I find that to be insane.
Okay.
The second reason. Wait, do you want to address the first reason? Because I
got notes here.
I'll let you talk. Respond to that.
Well, my first question was, did you ever experience mental illness? And clearly, you said you've dealt with depression and anxiety.
Yeah.
I'm going to present something that you're not immediately going to like.
You don't know that. Just hit me with it. Just hit me with it.
So I'm going to soften the blow.
You said what?
I know. I'm going to soften the blow. Do you believe that privilege is invisible to those who have it?
It's possible.
So is it possible that you experience the privilege of having a mental state that is not perfect?
Absolutely, I agree with you. Continue.
That yes, you
because not everybody's built. They're
right.
not sewn from the same cloth as me. Yeah, I get that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that other people who are turning to pharmaceuticals are not necessarily taking an easy way out, but are solving a different issue than you are privileged not to have. Is that a possibility?
Yes, which is why I said tactically. That's why I said this first part is a tactical issue, because even though that problem that you're talking about is real, the drug use is still ineffective at solving the problem. So long term, it's not effective.
Hold on,
so I'm just talking tactics. It's not an effective way to do things.
Wait. How much do you? Because I have a degree in psychology, and I hate saying that. But when you start talking about this stuff in like a medical context, I need to know what level of understanding.
No, I didn't say medical. I said tactical.
Okay.
Tactical.
But you're saying tactical, but now you're talking about these things address this, and medically that's not necessarily the case. So many of these medications.
I also said this is a baseline. I said we can add layers. So I said this is my baseline position.
Okay, so even your baseline position, what is your you're
addressing symptoms don't solve problems.
Okay, and I agree with you, but not all medications only address symptoms. Many do.
And that's why I said to you, but you might have forgotten what I said, because I did account for that. I said that because our society has become very pain averse and pleasure seeking, that we've warped that principle that you just mentioned. This is the second time you've mentioned that principle, and I agree with you in principle. But in practice, because our society is so seeking of pleasure and so afraid of pain, that we've perverted that principle to try to just avoid pain at all costs.
I hear you. Let me.
But your underlying principle, I agree with you.
Okay, so let me present this in a different way then, because I'm not the guy to be like, hey,
he's a 4.5 time underdog. He's +6. He's +460.
Damn. I mean, it makes sense.
They really think Ankalaev is like that?
He is like that.
Let's table this discussion. Let's do overtime today. A little bit of overtime. Let's just do a little bit of overtime today. I want to focus on this.
Okay. Fuck.
Because I think I got Santos winning this fight.
What was I just saying? I want to type it in the thing so I don't forget.
You said let me describe it a different way, because I said that I agree with you that some things are purely chemical, but we've perverted that.
Okay.
Anytime a kid is rambunctious, they want to put Adderall in him or something, Ritalin, and it's like, no, he's just being a kid. But we'll talk about that later. Come on, Thiago. Come on, Thiago. I don't dislike Ankalaev. I don't want to give that impression. But I'm a Santos fan, and I'd love to see him win.
I like Santos because of what he did to John Jones.
He didn't do anything to John Jones.
No, he gave him.
He did nothing.
John Jones,
and I love Santos. But what the fuck are you guys talking about? He couldn't even stand. He had no legs.
About a 185er against the 205 GOAT of the fucking sport.
And he tore up both of his knees.
How many people went the distance with John Jones?
John Jones let him live.
Okay,
John Jones took mercy on him.
All right. Oh, then that is what it is. But the man went the distance with the GOAT. You cannot.
You're saying that Conor McGregor's a great boxer because he lasted until the 9th round with Floyd Mayweather. No, Floyd Mayweather could have knocked him out in the 2nd round if he wanted to.
He's about to get annihilated by Ankalaev. But I'm just saying, give the man credit.
You think so?
The GOAT to a decision.
No, he didn't take the GOAT to the decision. The GOAT allowed him to live for 25 minutes because he saw that he didn't have any legs.
That's called speculation.
Nah, I saw it. I saw it. The guy could not stand on either leg. You're not going toe to toe with the greatest of all time if you've got no knees.
You don't know.
I watched the fight.
You can watch whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, he's in trouble already? No! No! Did you see that stumble backwards? Did you see that? I know. Oh, he caught him again.
Where you at?
I didn't know Ankalaev had hands like this.
Yeah, bro. Where you at? I'm at 3 minutes, 2, 59, 58, 57.
50, 49.
Pause.
You might want to refresh.
Just pause for 5
You were ahead of me for a while. And then I refreshed.
Wow. All right. I see how it is. Shit. Every fucking week, I pause.
You got to refresh, man. When you were ahead of me, I refreshed.
It's cool. I pause for you 4 or 5 times a week, but it's cool.
I thought we were lined up because I was behind you.
I mean, I don't know.
But you're 8 seconds behind me, it seems.
And I pause and I make sure we're all together because I thought we was,
all together. No, I thought I was catching up with you. When I refreshed, I thought I was catching up to you.
We're close.
Because you were reacting to shit I hadn't seen. So I was like, oh.
I was ahead of you before. I don't know.
Yeah, you were ahead of me for a while. That's why I had to refresh.
Now that I think about it. But I didn't notice it while it was happening. It's only now you say it.
Yo, Santos is in a lot of trouble. And now he's backing up. I hate to see him backing up. Because when Santos was the hammer,
strong leg kick. I mean,
he was moving forward. And every fight now, he moves backwards.
He was that guy.
I'm looking at Marlon Moraes at 180, 205 now. This is 205. This is light heavyweight.
What did you say?
This is light heavyweight. This is 205.
Yeah, you just said Marlon Moraes at 205. What did you?
Yeah, this is Marlon Moraes at 205. It's like seeing the shadow of a great fighter's former self. And then you're watching them go down in real time when you want their careers to be extended with a win, and they're not going to get that win because they're about to get knocked the fuck out.
Aside from bringing John Jones,
He just kicked his knee. I think his toe hurts.
I don't think fucking Santos was ever on the level that.
No, Santos was in a title fight with John Jones.
Yeah, once, but I mean, I'm saying Moraes definitely had higher stature in his division.
Mm-mm.
Moraes has been a fucking staple of the division for years.
No, everybody knows that he's super tough, but Santos, had the highest upside like 3 years ago. Everybody thought, but like going to that Jones fight, that he was the fucking hammer. I think at the time, how many losses did he have back then?
Like one. I don't know.
Not a lot. And he was killing folks. He was like, like what a lot of people thought Johnny Walker was the real deal. That's how we looked at Maheta. Now we just know he's a real deal because he has a hot Russian wife. And she's hot as a fighter, because normally fighting chews up a woman's face. And she's still hot. I'm so sad. I got to give round one to Ankalaev because he had the most.
Of course.
He had the most impact with his strikes. He's the one that had Maheta really stumbling with some of those clean shots, and Thiago really didn't have that kind of effect on him at all. But you see a lot of these Russian guys with the jaws that shape like Ankalaev. It's like it's impossible for you to get knocked out. Ain't nobody knocking you out. It's almost like that Man in the Moon chin.
In Mother Russia, Jaw choose you.
Yeah, for real. For real.
Oh,
For real.
I just reloaded. Why are you fucking freezing, you fucking cunt? Oh, sorry. I didn't.
Yeah, he's hurting him. He's hurting him.
It's happening? What the fuck? Come on, go, you bitch. Go. Man.
They're about to start the second round.
Go. Loading. Just fucking load. What are you doing?
It's your internet. It's got to be your internet.
It's my computer.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
Yeah, but it's a Chromebook. It's just a slow, like literally just streaming one tab of video is tough for this thing.
You need an RJ45 cable. Stop fucking around.
Well, I mean, this that I'm using is my like legit computer for like editing video stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
I used to use like Fire Sticks and stuff for watching TV because after I canceled cable.
You got to plug an RJ45 in your TV.
I don't know what an RJ45 is.
Ethernet cable?
Why? It's not a smart TV.
What?
It's not a smart TV.
Oh, you don't have a smart. Oh.
I used to use Fire Sticks, but I just bought a fucking $200 Chromebook. So now I have everything of a smart TV without having to spend the money of a smart TV.
So with the Chromebook, did you connect it to an Ethernet cable?
No, it has Wi-Fi.
Because you're gonna probably have some lag from the Wi-Fi. My most important stuff, I always hardwire it. All my gaming stuff, it's got to be hardwired.
I mean, I'm literally watching I'm streaming one video at a time.
But you see how fucking serious I fucking take this shit, though. I don't want to miss a second.
I'm not missing a second. I'm just a couple seconds behind.
No, that's not what we want. Ankalaev is winning this round because Santos fears him. And I think that you can look at the knee injury for Santos. That was the end of his career. That was the spiritual end of his career, because that first fight that he came back, he said that he was so tentative because he wasn't sure his knee was going to hold up. And now he's just been tentative. Before, he used to sling them things. And he's not the same fighter anymore. And it's very disappointing to see off a knee injury. And that's why a lot of guys want that oblique kick to be outlawed. Because a lot of people say, I'd rather get knocked out than have you tear up my knee.
all right? Then fucking defy.
Where would you stand on that? Would you rather take a KO to the head?
I mean, I would absolutely rather take a KO, but
Yeah, so a lot of people feel that way.
you can't make that illegal.
Like
what?
remember in that professional football league, a lot of guys started getting harsh penalties because they started targeting the head. But then guys were starting to get their fucking legs taken off their body, and they're like, "Yo, I would rather you target my head than my legs." Because I can come back from a concussion. I can't come back from my lower leg being detached from my body.
But I mean, that's probably not even accurate because even if you never walk again, thinking is probably something you want to keep for the rest of your life.
No, but a lot of professional athletes feel that way, though.
Yeah.
They'd rather take a head injury than a leg injury.
You just cannot have a fucking elbows from mount to the face be legal and not.
But they are legal. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. You can't have that be legal and kicks to the leg not legal. Like what?
No, they said the oblique kick specifically because it's meant to tear up your knee.
Then you have to like where the back of the head has to be behind the ear and lower than behind and lower than the ear.
Oh, I think it's behind and higher. You're not allowed to hit any of this. The crown.
That's what I meant. Behind and higher than the ear. So you then have to make that distinction between the oblique kick and a regular leg kick. And where do you make that distinction? And how is that even?
Because it's a knee stomp. The oblique kick is literally a knee stomp.
I'm not arguing.
Right.
What I said was you have to make a distinction. And where do you make that distinction?
Because they actually have a name for that particular kick. They said just outlaw the oblique kick specifically.
Where does that name come from? Why do they call it the oblique kick?
I think it's because of where it comes from. The angle that you turn your hip.
Exactly. No, the angle that the kick comes at.
Right.
Which took me a fucking long time
to figure out.
Leaks over here. Why the fuck do they call it an
oblique? Right. Yeah.
And it is an oblique kick. So it has to do with the angle of the kick.
Yeah.
So that and it is literally that downward angle.
Oh!
Oh! I'm not. Oh! Just fucking drop.
He's trying to cut him open before the end of the round.
Win this round.
No.
You need to win this round. You need to do something.
I don't know if I still think that Ankalaev won the round.
I do too, but you fucking could have made a fucking. But yeah, so the oblique kick is named because of an angle. So if you're going to outlaw that kick, then you are now talking about, okay, the angle of the kick is illegal. So you have to have it, just like a 12-6, where that's illegal, but that's legal. So
yeah,
what the fuck are we really doing with that?
I mean, every kick is legal. Every kick is legal except the ones that go to the dick, right?
Right.
You can't turn your hip and do that kick and aim at the knee.
Target, not because of the angle.
Right, it's the target. Right.
So
but that's what they want. But they want that. But they want that targeting of the knee outlawed.
No, because you can still throw a leg kick to the calf, to the thigh, or to the knee, and you can still. It's not the same thing as an oblique kick, obviously, but it's not about the.
But the thing is, normally you injure yourself when you kick at the knee. You're supposed to kick the calf or the quad.
The point is the rule. The point is the it's not illegal to leg kick somebody's knee. And so what it does to you is irrelevant when we're talking about the rules.
And you know what? I think I agree with you for one reason. You can't tell somebody that they can't kick at the knee, but they can do a knee bar. Because it just hit me. Yeah, that's unfair. But again, a lot of those guys would rather get knocked out than to have one of their major joints compromised.
Which is a fair thing, but then fucking learn how to defend. What
is John Hyun Ko talking about? You don't tie a round because you did some damage at the end of the round. Ankalaev controlled the round. He got one lucky shot off.
Jill Capet and Paul Fontaine agree.
Whatever.
I got it 2-0 for fucking
Ankalaev, right? Yeah.
With the live odds at fucking 275, -275.
Yeah, the odds have narrowed because after the second round.
Oh, did they? I didn't.
Look, He's getting fucking taken off the center line with every shot he gets hit. There's that oblique kick. Did you see that?
There you go. Throw that fucking oblique kick. You need it. You need to damage this man's life. Otherwise, you better lose. What? Oh, I have it here. I was like, what were we gonna do overtime for? Oh, I don't have it here. We were saying you were fuck. Did we talk?
No, I remember the conversation. It's okay. It's okay. I'll put you right back in your spot. Well, when it's time.
You want to handicap me and not fucking put me on the spot?
No, I'm not doing that to you. I don't argue that way. I don't do that to people.
Unless we go wrong. So,
Yo, look at Ankalaev's leg, his lead leg.
Red. But I
that
mean,
shit looks like, medium rare steak.
he's also got the Abe Lincoln. When you got the Abe Lincoln, I just kind of assume pain doesn't like register the same way.
I'm mad you said that because you're 100% accurate. Did he check that kick? Because that sounded like a hard bone on bone.
Hey, watch us. I already added this to my fucking Lutch's other appearances fucking playlist. And it doesn't seem like.
Oh, nice body kick from Ankalaev. Oh, that was a nice left from Santos. But of course, Ankalaev is not a human being, so he's not going to get knocked out from a sledgehammer to the face. Ankalaev is just more powerful than Santos the way Santos is fighting. If Santos fought the way he did before the knee injuries, Santos would have exploded into him, could have gotten the knockout. But he's always fighting off his back foot at this point in his UFC career, and that's why he will never fight for the championship again. Huge disappointment for me.
Ah, fuck.
Ankalaev is trying to get him to drop his guard so you can come over the top with the left. Ankalaev has a very quick left hand. It's very fast.
He's got there's so many, like he's not perfect at anything, but he's so good at
a lot of things. Yeah.
And like that.
And he checked that kick. He checked that kick from Santos.
I just dropped the link in my Jesse on Fire server. Probably nobody's gonna come up, but fuck it. We got Nate and
Santos is lucky he didn't get hit right there. Ankalaev is moving Santos with his strikes. I mean, I'm not saying that Santos is not dangerous. I'm saying that Ankalaev has no fear of getting knocked out. Just none. This is not the heavyweight division where you can knock somebody out with a check hook falling away. That's not, Santos doesn't have that kind of power against other 205ers the way you see some heavyweights against other heavyweights. What do you say? How would you score round 3?
I was
because I think Santos probably leads in actual numbers with the number of strikes, but I think Magomed's effectiveness with his strikes was above Santos. So I feel like I'm forced to say 3-0 Ankalaev. Which is it's a loss for Santos because he's not going to knock him out.
You're coming with me to take a piss.
You going to watch this fight, huh?
I need your commentary.
Yo, I really do love the displays that they have around the cage. That is really cool. Oh, nice body kick. Santos knows he's losing the fight. That's why he's moving forward. He knows he's losing. Oh, flying knee. He's throwing. He's throwing. This is the old Santos. But he waited until round 4. Now he's going to start backing up. Now he's going to start backing up to the cage. And, I was so excited. But I think his corner knows that he's going to lose this fight to be a decision if he doesn't go for a knockout. And he came out swinging. Nice body kick from Santos. Oh, he took a clean right hand on the jaw. And his chin is a little high. Santos's chin is a little high.
I'm never good at noticing that.
I don't like Santos's chin here. I don't like it. Look at the difference in angle between Ankalaev's chin and Santos's chin. Ankalaev always keeps his chin down. And right now, Santos's chin is up here. Ankalaev's chin is down here.
Yeah, I see this thing. I'm looking at that angle versus that angle.
Magomed's chin is aimed at his toes, and Santos's chin is aimed at Ankalaev's toes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the line of Santos's jaw is pointed at Ankalaev's feet, and Ankalaev's jaw is pointed at his own feet. Both of their jaws are pointed at Ankalaev's feet. That is bad for Santos. Look how disciplined Ankalaev is with his head.
Yeah. I mean, the guys from
Russia, like Dagestan?
Not this camp, but like this region, I guess.
Woo!
They just have a different understanding of the sport. And like,
yes, absolutely. And I'm really getting tired of people trying to argue with me that Chimaev is not the real deal. That they're trying to say that Chimaev is not the real deal. They say Khabib is a fake paper champion. They're saying that Makhachev is not real, and they just don't understand.
One weird mechanical motion.
They're like strong lever.
I'm gonna try to get. Let's see if we can get. I'm gonna try to get Jesse on fire on here. Just do a post fight. Fucking bump your fucking subscribers and shit. I'm a super chat a motherfucker because he's live right now.
Welcome, friends. Discover satisfaction.
All right, I need to see that.
He's not trying to like.
Yeah, but Drew be do.
All right, give me 5 seconds. I'm just gonna be
14 years.
Those cases where we may have to start looking at the other factors other than effective grappling and striking. Just when you start looking at aggression and not control, these are those types of fights. That's big this round, and that's going to give Ankalaev round 4, no doubt. That is the most significant thing to happen thus far. It's got the legs laced up, top half control here.
Survive this, Santos. Survive this. I think Santos with this loss is probably going to go down to number 8. And now he's going to be in journeyman status officially.
Final seconds of round 4 tick away. We will head to a 5th and final between these light heavyweight contenders.
There's 5 minutes now. The last round. You're going to get up there as if you were starting. I don't want to mess that. We're going to recuperate.
Fifth and final round upcoming between Ankalaev, Thiago Santos. Oh, what do you make of the body language of Thiago Santos in between rounds there? Did not look great. No, and he even did that. I think it was early on in the 4th round. Right? Kind of walked away from Ankalaev. He shook his head after. Looked tired. I gotta try to put a poker face on him. I know he's tired. I know it's the 5th round of the fight, but your opponent is looking across the octagon there. So you gotta put on that poker face. Let him know that you're not feeling it. The only takedown of the fight comes in the latter stages of round 4. Ankalaev will see if he uses that approach here to get a little more ground control time. Or ground and pound is the way to try to finish it. Easy exchange there from each fighter. Ball number back in favor of Ankalaev. And Santos is really urging him that he's going to get up. He's going to get off that stool as if this is the first round of the fight. I wonder too if Santos is feeling it at this point if he's saving it up for a blitz, if that might be his most valuable and best chance to get Ankalaev out of there. Yeah, I think it has been this whole fight though.
This bitch
Oh
made.
shit! I
Like,
didn't realize I was muted. I was responding to
you know, like
my bad.
a person who beats the shit out of someone who's a non-worthy opponent, that shit looks
This
pussy.
fucking the.
Like, it doesn't
Oz
look
went
like
to
that doesn't
fucking,
look hard at all. Like when Joe
600,
Schilling knocked that dude out in the bar. I mean, it wasn't bad for his career, I guess, but like, could have killed that fucking retard. Luch, what's up, dog? Thank you very much. You don't have to pay me to fucking chat. You can just hit me up, dude. You have my fucking phone number. You won't join the watch party Discord. Oh, all right. Hang on. Yeah. Hang on.
Just keep inviting him
No.
repeatedly.
Watch this. Check this out, again. What? Now you're not even fucking in there?
He said when you're done here
Oh,
with many ellipses.
I read like partial messages.
Oh, Rich, you were so fun, my dude. I had a blast. Like, it was so much fun.
I'm not saying take it down, try to sit down, but get on top, wear on it, you see this as they slow down. You get on top, use that pressure.
You go to the bars a lot. When dudes find out, you like, they always get froggy.
I'm not standing in front of that.
This whole night's
What's froggy mean? Yeah. Oh, they want to fight. Yeah, I mean, there's it can go either way. I'd like. It's the same thing as like really big guys.
I mean, I hate when the fights devolve into this. It's nice, like that we, they put it out there, but light heavyweight is like in the light heavyweight is. I think was it you? Were we just talking about this? No, I think it was Jesse. So like how heavyweight is kind of coming of age, so to speak. They're like at the place where it's not just big dudes who are ready to fucking.
They're refining the skill level at that weight.
And a light heavyweight was exactly like that maybe 3 years ago, and now it's slightly better. And then middleweight all the way down, like top tier actual martial artists. Yeah, I mean, light heavyweight, this is it. This is the main event. Like, come on, man. Why? Like, even a fight night. Main event.
Ankalaev and Thiago Santos go the distance at light heavyweights. We will find out how the judges scored this contest when we come back.
Oh yeah. The cauliflower, that's like.
Did I do that right? Someone check that link and see if it works.
Yeah, you did it right. That's true, dude. The cauliflower ear is like it's like a clown warning. It's like because if anybody wants to fuck with you, and if they don't know what cauliflower ear is, then that tells you everything you need to know. That is a fucking unworthy opponent, dude. You know what I mean?
Even I know.
Like if they don't know what that is an unworthy opponent by definition.
I mean, obviously, fucking
Later, Alex.
Ankalaev, right?
Are Patty Pimlet and Sean O'Malley in the same weight class? It doesn't matter. They won't.
I got 4 rounds to 1.
Yeah, I mean,
just because they're both like one of them would have to lose.
49-46 Ankalaev in my book.
They're trying to groom both those guys, especially O'Malley.
What was the overtime thing?
Did you guys see Steve-O when he was with John Jones? He was trying.
Are you watching a video or something? Or are you talking to somebody?
I'm talking to you. You said we were going to do some after time.
I hear something going on in your background, like you were talking to somebody else.
I had another thing open.
Hold on, I got it 49-46. Let's see what happens here.
49-46 and 48-47 for your winner by unanimous decision.
Yep. 40-47. Ankalaev. You ever listen to UFC Unfiltered? Matt Sarah always loves to fucking sing dudes' names. Edson Barbosa was fighting sometime around Christmas a couple years ago. Every time this man comes up in conversation, Matt Sarah is like, Barbosa, Edson Barbosa.
Oh my god!
Your leg kick.
He's got a lot of personality for a guy that's taken a lot of shots to the head.
I mean, that's a good way to put it. Oh man.
Maybe one of the wrong shots to the head turned on his comedic timing mechanism and gave him a new skill that may not have had before. Who knows?
Perhaps after maybe it was that spinning back fist from Shoney Carter. Just wham. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really care what these guys have to say. So we're gonna go into overtime. I'm gonna turn this off.
I'm already muted.
All right. Yeah. So we're gonna focus on your thing. So what you were saying was,
Morty, lay down, please.
There is a legitimate reason for people to there's a legitimate reason for people to develop drugs to address certain problems. And I agreed with you. And I said, but our society has perverted our view of what a real problem is that needs chemical intervention and what doesn't, because our society is so addicted to pleasure and so afraid of pain that we have warped our understanding of both concepts.
I don't.
So because you seem to think that was reasonable, you wanted to reframe your question about my position, that my baseline position being that we need to seek solutions to problems and not coverages or something to negate the response to the problem.
Do I do this?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Did you hear that?
I'm not sure.
Jesse.
I'm not sure I understand.
Good night, bomb ass jerky.
She's always afraid to be live because
Can you try to run that by me one more time?
I can't even concentrate on your voice because you got a lot of loud stuff going on your side.
She got me so good.
Where is this coming from? What the fuck?
How much does this little bit
Dude,
look like?
Darren Shagmaster
What the
has
fuck?
a pair of Jordans that are sitting in, like it said arrived at destination 3 days ago.
Who's Jake? Hi, Jake.
What up?
Sorted
What
in Canada, like
up?
some
Jake's
Canada
my boy from
thing.
Jesse on Fire.
Oh, I like how he showed up after the last fight. The last fight.
I had to watch it.
You said what?
So I had to watch it.
But we watch it together. That's the point of the show.
Oh, I didn't even know you were in here.
Yeah, bro, every week I'll be saying, "Yo, join me for the watch party." Jesse does his thing, but we just in the comments. But
I
here,
was watching. Yeah, I was in the comments, and then I seen you did that. You
I was gonna try to get him over on this stream. But what did you think of the main event?
kind of boring to me.
You thought there was going to be a knockout.
I was hoping so. With Santos and however you pronounce that fucking last name.
Ankalaev. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about how dude. Oh shit. I was talking about how dude brought John Jones to a decision, and like fair enough, John Jones was kind of not rising to the occasion, but like not everybody could say they brought him to a decision.
No.
You know what?
Not.
I could bring a 4-year-old to decision if I just choose not to hit them.
Okay, but the point is that is not accomplishment on your part because it's a 4-year-old, and you cannot bring John Jones to a decision unless John Jones decides to bring you to a decision.
That's true.
That right there was your point, and that right there was your opportunity to make your point and say that John Jones did decide to give him the point.
I mean, I didn't watch that one live, and a lot of people say that Santos did win that one too.
I thought so.
But like I said, I didn't watch that one, but
you didn't watch it. How the fuck do you not watch a fucking John Jones fight?
Because for the longest time, I would just like watch everything the next day because I didn't really have the money to be watching. Then I don't know if you've seen in the chat or in the Discord on the Jesse's Discord. I was saying how I got this thing. I got this Fire Stick which has an app on it, and I pay like $25 every 3 months. And I get every single pay-per-view anything.
Yeah, I want. Were you the one talking? I thought that was Jake talking about that, but I definitely
That
need
is
that.
me.
Oh, you're Jake. I thought.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you were Uhtred.
What's that?
I thought you were Uhtred.
No.
You're not Uhtred. I don't like y'all motherfuckers. Am I frozen?
You're not frozen to me.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were Uhtred.
No.
I'm remixing y'all fucking 273 motherfuckers up. Are you?
No,
No, that's
no.
definitely not the same guy.
Oh,
He was-
yeah.
he
So
was-
what's so what is
People in the Discord.
Oh, so I just hit, so that I'm deleting that because you're already here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
No,
what? How do you do that?
Well, if you wanted it, I'd have to just talk to you on the phone. Well, not really. Like, you'd either have to buy a Fire Stick and send it to this guy, or he can just go buy one for you. And it doesn't cost anything for him to do it.
What do you click on from the main Fire Stick screen? Like, what app do you?
Well, before you guys go into all of that, right? I am going to do my little ending of the live stream. I want to thank everybody who came through the live stream tonight. It started off really fun. And we had a couple of weird things happen. We witnessed the end of Marlon Moraes' career right in front of us. It sucks. What are you going to do? But anyway, I want to thank everybody that came through and supports, likes and subscribes and follows and all that stuff. Thank you so very, very much for coming through. And we will be back next week for what is it? Fight Night 200 and something. It's not going to be Vegas 51 because it will be in the UK. We will have a very early start time, so that means that we will be able to get the fuck off of here earlier. But for tonight, thank you so much. We will see you on the next one. Peace.